Warrior Lore. Chapter 2050. Although Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still transforming, he could use a portion of the primordial spirit's power to display one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were worthy of being called supreme divine arts of the immortal Tao, containing the supreme great Tao within them. The moment the Tao sword appeared, it immediately slashed open Helion Mo's chest, leaving behind a bloody gash that was nearly a foot long. What shocked Helion Mo to the extreme was that sparkling and translucent divine blood was seeping out of the bloody groove on his chest. How was this possible? This little guy actually made his divine body bleed. This was something that had never happened before. He was actually injured by a great accomplishment quasi-sage. Helion Mo could sense that there was a divine power of the immortal path attached to the wound on his chest. This divine power of the immortal path could actually prevent the flesh from regenerating, making it difficult for the wound to heal. Could this be the legendary? Helion Mo quickly retreated because at this time, that purple sword light once again strangled him. This was not a true supreme divine sword, but a divine sword of the great Tao condensed from the primordial spirit's power. Only this kind of power could hurt him. At this time, Helion Mo did not dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang divine light. Within the divine light was a small sword. The small sword rapidly grew in size, turning into a dazzling black and white sword light. It slashed towards the incoming primordial spirit sword. Helion Mo was a sword saint, and he cultivated the killing sword. The murderous nature of the yin-yang divine sword made the heavens pale in comparison. This was a flawless divine sword. However, the primordial spirit sword was mysterious and unpredictable. The purple sword light was sometimes condensed like a true supreme divine sword, and sometimes it was like a formless and intangible illusory sword shadow. The murderous black and white sword light flashed and actually pierced through the purple primordial spirit sword. It was as if the sword had slashed through the air. What? Helion Mo was shocked. At this time, the primordial spirit sword was startled and instantly strangled him. The cold sword chi made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Swoosh! The purple sword light flashed by. Its speed was too fast. Even with Helion Mo's cultivation and the strength of his holy body, he couldn't completely dodge this sword. A ghastly bloody groove appeared on his shoulder. The skin and flesh around the wound were flipped over, and even the bones beneath the skin and flesh could be seen. The wound on Helion Mo's chest had yet to heal, but now his right shoulder had been slashed by a sword. Blood flowed out of his divine body and dripped onto the ground. Helion Mo wanted to retrieve the divine blood that had seeped out of his wound, but he could not. The blood essence of a saint was incomparably precious. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than those rare divine medicines. Wasting it just like that caused those of the older generation who knew of Helion Mo's identity to feel extremely pained. Roar! Helion Mo roared again and again. Yin and yang divine light rose from his body, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang in his body surged. He used all his strength to expel the divine power of the immortal Tao from his wound. With this, the wounds on Helion Mo's chest and right shoulder immediately healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The immortal Tao divine power that was attached to the wounds was gradually expelled. What a guy! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The physical body of a saint-level expert was really too powerful. Even the power of a supreme divine technique created by a sovereign was unable to seriously injure Helion Mo's vitality. If an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage was struck by a primordial spirit Tao sword, the wound would probably never heal for the rest of their lives, unless they had some miraculous encounter that could expel the immortal Tao divine power from the wounds. Junior, your divine body is indestructible. That's not just for show. You're still too inexperienced. Helion Mo's wounds were completely healed. He seemed like an ancient deity from the primordial era as he pressed towards Gu Fei. Something seemed to have broken in his body, and a peerlessly powerful ripple of energy spread out from his body. You actually dare to undo the seal? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel extremely shocked when he sensed the power that erupted from Helion Mo's body. This power had definitely surpassed the scope of a great perfection quasi-sage. Rumble. Just as Hellion Mo undid the seal, there was a faint rumble of thunder in the sky. It was as if the heavens and earth had sensed it, causing Hellion Mo's expression to change. I've only undone the first seal. The heavens and earth. Hellion Mo felt a sense of trepidation. It was as if something terrible would happen if he undid the second seal on his body. Die. Hellion Mo instantly disappeared from where he stood. Bang! Gu Fei flew backwards. A figure appeared where Gu Fei had been standing, but this figure turned blurry and disappeared again. Boom! Gu Fei suffered another heavy blow. Hellion Mo ruthlessly stomped on his body, causing him to fall from the sky. The powerful force made Gu Fei's entire body feel like it was about to fall apart, and his martial body was heavily injured. Too powerful. Is this the true power of these old antiques? It had to be said that Hellion Mo, who had undone the first seal, was unimaginably powerful. He easily suppressed Gu Fei, making it so that Gu Fei couldn't even fight back. Roar! Gu Fei rushed up from the ground. Rays of purple light shot out from between his eyebrows. Each ray of purple light was a purple divine sword. There were hundreds of primordial spirit Dao swords, and they covered the sky and earth as they pierced towards Hellion Mo. He had no choice but to go all out. Gu Fei no longer held back. He used his secret immortal technique to meet Hellion Mo head-on. He had killed Hellion Mo's great-great-grandson, so Hellion Mo would never let him go. There was no turning back for such a great feud of life and death. Buzz. Faced with the several hundred primordial soul Dao swords that shot towards him, Hellion Mo stretched out his hand, and a yin-yang wheel appeared in his palm. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang intertwined, turning into a vortex that actually swallowed the several hundred primordial soul Dao swords that shot towards him. Hellion Mo has undone the first seal. Master is no match for him at all. At this moment, a layer of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang. If Gu Fei was no match for Hellion Mo, it would be the 12 bandits' turn to suffer. The reason why the 13 bandits could survive in the gap between the middle ground and the south was that there were no saints who had sealed themselves. Any saint from the middle ground or the Ziyun clan who had sealed themselves would be able to wipe out the 13 bandits. However, saints who had sealed themselves did not deign to deal with the 13 bandits. However, it was different now. Gu Fei had killed Hellion Mo's great-great-grandson. No matter what, Hellion Mo would definitely deal with the 12 bandits after taking care of Gu Fei. Ada, let's retreat. If we leave now, we might still have a way out. Jade-faced Playboy, one of the 12 bandits, transmitted his voice to Ade and Zhuge Liang. Escape? Where can we escape to? Don't forget, Master has cultivated an inner world. This Hellion Mo may not be able to kill Master, Zhuge Liang said. Ada. Chapter 2051. Bang! A figure was sent flying, and a few drops of blood sprinkled in the air. The person who was sent flying was Gu Fei. After Hellion Mo undid the first seal on his body, Hellion Mo recovered a trace of sage-level power. Although this sage-level power was not even 1/10,000th of his peak, it was enough for him to sweep away all the great accomplishment quasi-sages in the human realm. In front of a true sage-level power, even someone as strong as Gu Fei couldn't gain the upper hand. He was firmly suppressed by Hellion Mo and didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was the difference. If one didn't become a sage, he would always be an ant. Only by becoming a sage could he become the main character of this world. Gu Fei was sent flying again and again, but he rushed forward again and again to fight against Hellion Mo. The power of the secret art of emergence circulated in his body. This mystical power allowed his martial body to completely recover in a few breaths. Every time he was injured, the speed of recovery would increase. This change surprised and delighted Gu Fei. With this secret art, he didn't have to worry about being killed by Hellion Mo. Gu Fei's martial body had already reached the stage where he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Moreover, he cultivated a heaven-defying immortal Dao secret art. Unless Hellion Mo completely undid all the seals on his body and recovered his sage-level cultivation, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei with a special method. Could it be that this guy cultivated the legendary secret art of emergence? Helianimo sensed that something was wrong. He had dealt heavy blows time and time again, and there was even one time when he had smashed his opponent's head apart. However, his opponent would recover in an instant, and his head would regenerate. It was as if he had never been injured. All the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were shocked by the powerful life force displayed by Gu Fei. Even his head could be reborn after being smashed. Could it be that he had completely fused his divine soul with his physical body, making them indistinguishable? This was an ancient body tempering method. The soul and the physical body were completely fused. Every drop of blood and every piece of muscle in the body was life and soul. At this moment, the Naiwan Palace wasn't so important anymore because the soul didn't just exist in the Naiwan Palace. Even the soul could come and go as it pleased, and it could exist in any part of the body. A martial artist cultivated the soul and the martial body. This was the most primitive form of life, the most fundamental source of power. Boom! Helian Imo displayed a terrifying killing technique. Yin and Yang rushed out from his palm, and a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth spread out from the Yin and Yang. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was directly hit by this monstrous force. His physical body instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even a martial body of the great accomplishment quasi-sage realm could not withstand it. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. This Helianimo was truly too powerful. Even Gu Fei, who was known to be invincible among his peers, had been beaten into a bloody mist. Die. The Yin and Yang energy in Helian Mo's hand revolved. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined, forming a vortex. A heaven-devouring power seeped out from the vortex. The bloody mist in the void was immediately swallowed by the vortex formed by Yin and Yang. In the distant sky, the middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang, was shocked when he saw this. This Helianimo was going to use a method of extermination. He was going to use the yin-yang wheel in his hand to obliterate Gu Fei, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. This method might really be able to obliterate Gu Fei. However, just as the vortex on the yin-yang wheel completely swallowed the bloody mist that Gu Fei's physical body had turned into, a powerful aura spread out from within the vortex. Buzz. With a deafening sound, the entire yin-yang wheel began to vibrate. Gotcha! Cracks as thin as hair appeared on the yin-yang wheel. This caused Helian Mo's eyes to bulge out, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Helian Mo's voice trembled. Gotcha! Countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang wheel, as though it could collapse at any time. A powerful force was trying to rush out from the yin-yang wheel. This is a flawless divine artifact. How could that fellow not die? Could it be that it's that quasi-supreme divine artifact? Helianimo was indescribably shocked. His hands moved continuously, and many divine inscriptions condensed between his hands. Then, they entered the yin-yang wheel in front of him. He wanted to use his own strength to suppress the force within the yin-yang wheel. Bang! Just as Helianimo was using all his strength, the yin-yang wheel in front of him exploded. The force within the yin-yang wheel actually broke through the seal of the yin-yang wheel and rushed out. Countless fragments instantly hit Helian Mo's body, and drops of blood splattered. The power contained within those tiny fragments was very strong, and it could actually penetrate a divine body. Roar! Helianimo was indeed an ancient saint who had experienced hundreds of battles. He roared angrily and left behind an afterimage on his original spot as he rapidly retreated. However, at this moment, a small cauldron had already followed him like a shadow. It smashed over and viciously smashed into Helian Mo's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The small cauldron had actually smashed Helian Mo's sternum into pieces, and his chest caved in. The small cauldron directly pierced through Helian Mo's divine body and flew out from behind him, bringing with it a large clump of shattered flesh and broken bones. Die! In the instant that the small cauldron pierced through Helian Mo's body, a figure had already rushed in front of Helian Mo. With a wave of his sword, a violet gold sword light flashed, and Helian Mo's head flew into the air. Swish! In the instant that Helian Mo's head was chopped off, a beam of divine light shot out from between Hellion Mo's eyebrows, instantly shattering the void and disappearing into the chaos. What a pity. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand. He could not help but shake his head when he saw the spatial hole that was rapidly recovering in front of him. He was already fast enough, but in the end, Hellion Mo's primordial spirit still managed to escape. However, he also saw that a sliver of killing intent was already attached to Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. That was the killing intent from the violet gold divine sword. Even though it was a very weak sliver of killing intent, it was enough to make Hellion Mo suffer. From the collapse of Hellion Mo's yin-yang wheel to Gu Fei killing Hellion Mo, this series of events happened far too quickly. Before anyone could react, the situation of the battle had completely reversed. This Gu Fei had actually defeated an ancient saint who had sealed himself. This was far too unbelievable. It must be known that a divine body could be said to be indestructible. Ordinary weapons could not pose any threat to a divine body at all. Everything happened far too quickly. Only a limited number of people saw a small cauldron pierce through Hellion Mo's divine body and a violet gold divine sword behead Hellion Mo. Chapter 2052. Hellion Mo was defeated. Only his primordial spirit was left. It broke through the void and escaped into the chaos. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Hellion Mo's primordial spirit could survive. One must know that the murderous intent on the violet gold divine sword was extraordinary. The murderous intent on the violet gold divine sword was fatal even to a sage. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit had an extremely weak murderous intent attached to it. Whether or not his primordial spirit could survive would depend on his luck. Gu Fei took away Hellion Mo's sacred body and met up with the 12 bandits before leaving this region. By the time the spectators regained their senses, Gu Fei and the others were long gone. This Gu Fei, the city lord of Everlasting City, did not stop Gu Fei and the others from leaving. This was a god of death that even a self-sealed sage was no match for. The news of Hellion Mo's defeat quickly spread and shook the entire cultivation world of Buzhou Ancestral Star. This was simply a miracle. A great completion sage-to-be had actually defeated an ancient sage who had sealed himself. How is this possible? How can he be this powerful? In the Ziyun clan, on a barren mountain peak, a young cultivator in purple robes sat cross-legged on a boulder in front of a cave. He mumbled to himself, unable to believe the information he just received from the communication talisman. Gu Fei actually defeated Hellion Mo. That was Hellion Mo. Hellion Mo was one of the old ancestors of the Hellion clan in the Middle Region. He was an ancient sage who had sealed his cultivation base. A sage who had sealed his cultivation base was not something that a great accomplishment quasi-sage could compare with. This was because the two of them were not on the same level. The young cultivator in purple robes who sat cross-legged on the boulder in front of the cave was Ziyun Long. When he led 100,000 divine fire soldiers against the 13 bandits, they were utterly defeated by the combined forces of Gu Fei and the city lord. As the vanguard, Ziyun Long was defeated in the first battle. After he returned to the Ziyun clan, he was severely punished. He was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes on this barren mountain peak. Apart from the cave, there was nothing else on the mountain peak. The cave was also empty, not even a praying mat. Looks like I won't be able to get my revenge. Ziyun Long shook his head, a desolate expression on his face. Gu Fei's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was well aware of the strength and terror of a self-sealed saint. In front of these antiques, great perfection quasi-sages were as weak as ants. Humph, that hateful fellow, actually defeated Hellion Mo. I reckon he used some despicable method again. In the ancestral court of the Ziyun clan, there was a pavilion on the peak of a mountain that seemed like a paradise. A man and a woman were currently conversing in the pavilion. This man and woman were Ziyun Xiao and his sister. Then Gu Fei is really that strong? Ziyun Xiao could not believe it. The news of Gu Fei defeating Hellion Mo had reached the Ziyun clan as soon as possible. This caused the upper echelon of the clan to be extremely shocked. Originally, the Ziyun clan had planned to continue sending troops to attack the center plain, but now that a variable like Gu Fei had appeared, the plan was temporarily put on hold. The people who had received the news of Gu Fei defeating Hellion Mo were the upper echelon of the supreme forces of Buzhou ancestral planet. These supreme forces had always been very well informed. In the ancestral court of the Gold Clan in the north, a woman wearing a golden mask held a communication talisman in her hand. Gu Fei, the golden goddess, clenched her fist and crushed the jade talisman into dust. Who would have thought, at the same time? A long sigh came from where the old master of the center plane immortal manor was recuperating. At this moment, the entire Hellion clan was in a mess. Hellion Mo had actually been defeated. Only his origin soul had escaped into the chaos. This news was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the ancestral court of the Hellion clan. Everyone could not believe that their ancestor had actually been defeated. Hellion Mo's defeat and Hellion Lingyue's death were absolutely unbearable blows to the Hellion clan. It should be noted that Hellion Mo was a powerful existence in the Hellion clan that could intimidate everyone. With Hellion Mo around, they could intimidate the other forces. However, Hellion Mo had been defeated and his origin soul had escaped into the chaos. Without the power to intimidate everyone, it would be strange if the Hellion clan did not panic. I want Gu Fei dead at all costs. The furious roar of the Hellion clan's patriarch reverberated in the ancestral court of the Hellion clan. All the core disciples of the Hellion clan were extremely shocked. The clan had issued a must-kill order. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? The wind and clouds are rising. The world is in chaos. In the ancestral court of the Hellion clan, an old man sweeping the floor suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky as he muttered to himself. While everyone was still in shock, Gu Fei had already brought the 12 bandits into his inner world. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist was still refining the Phoenix Nest Forbidden Area. He had yet to successfully refine the Forbidden Area into his body and turn it into his own inner world. The Buzhou ancestral star was in chaos. There were people in the southern region, the northern region, the Central Plains, and the Eastern region who were restless. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei for now. What he needed to do now was to collect the spoils of war that belonged to the victors. However, when Gu Fei carefully examined Hellion Mo's sacred body, he was a little disappointed. There was not a single item on Hellion Mo's body that he had expected. The flawless saint artifact, the Yin-Yang divine sword, had already protected Hellion Mo's origin soul and disappeared into the chaos. Hellion Mo was an ancient saint who sealed his cultivation and stayed in the human world. After such a long time, Hellion Mo's collection was definitely shocking. However, it was impossible for an existence like Hellion Mo to carry all of his collection on him. An ancient saint could definitely open up an inner world. However, Hellion Mo's origin soul was still there, so his inner world would not collapse. In the end, Gu Fei only obtained Hellion Mo's sacred body. This sacred body contained a vast life force, but the life force of the sacred body was being eroded by the murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei had no choice but to take out the purple gold divine sword to draw out the murderous aura from the sacred body. If he did not draw out the murderous aura that had invaded the sacred body, the essence qi in the sacred body would be completely eroded by the murderous aura in a few days, causing the sacred body to lose its immortal divinity. A sacred body that had lost its immortal divinity was like an ordinary corpse. It had no value and would gradually decay with the passage of time. Chapter 2053. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei gathered a group of subordinates. Currently, his subordinates were full of talents. As long as he waved his arm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to establish a sect. In a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a stream was murmuring. Occasionally, unknown birds would chase and play among the flowers, emitting cheerful cries. In the valley, Gu Zhong and Yao Yu were directing the people of the Meng family to build a big stove. Beside the stove, there was an ancient cauldron. That ancient cauldron wasn't an ordinary cauldron. There were birds, beasts, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas on it. Everything in the world seemed to have their traces on it. These patterns seemed to be naturally formed by the world, without any traces of engraving. This ancient cauldron was the legendary mountain river cauldron. As Gu Fei was about to do something big, A trace of blood drifted out from the mountain river cauldron. The cauldron was filled with a bright red liquid. That was the blood essence of Helion Mo's saint body. It was truly saint blood. Soon, a big stove was built. Gu Fei placed the mountain river cauldron on the stove. Then, he took out a divine bead that emitted a resplendent flame and placed it under the stove. That was the fire phoenix divine bead that he had obtained from the phoenix perishing dragon graveyard. The divine fire that was emitted from the fire phoenix divine bead was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. This kind of fire phoenix true fire could even refine immortal divine iron. It was as if there was a divine sun burning under the mountain river cauldron. After the mountain river cauldron absorbed the fire phoenix essence from the fire phoenix divine bead, the saint blood in the cauldron began to boil. At this time, the 12 great bandits, the people of the Ming family, and the 3 undying emperors of the undying clan arrived. This was Gu Fei's current strength. The 12 great bandits were the 12 strongest experts under Gu Fei, followed by his disciple, Gu Zhong. It should be known that Gu Zhong was an almighty warrior. In the almighty realm, he was an invincible existence. The weakest among Gu Fei's subordinates was the Ming family, a descendant of Kuan Luan on the great desolate planet. Even Gu Fei's new disciple, Yao Yu, was much stronger than the strongest old clan lord of the Ming family. Yao Yu was only one step away from the immortal god realm. Yao Yu was a disciple that Gu Fei had accepted on a continent that had been sealed by a saint. She was not an ordinary disciple. She had an innate water elemental physique. The reason why Gu Fei had accepted her as his disciple was mostly because she had an innate water elemental physique. People with an innate water elemental physique were naturally close to the water elemental essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. People with this kind of physique would definitely get twice the result with half the effort when cultivating water elemental cultivation techniques. This was an innate advantage. In the early stages of cultivation, this innate advantage was put to good use. Compared to people with ordinary constitutions, their growth rate was much faster. However, as one's cultivation increased, this innate advantage would gradually weaken. It should be known that even the most ordinary creatures could become the strongest in the world through cultivation. On the other hand, those with heaven-defying talent would die prematurely. It had to be said that the laws of heaven and earth were fair. Innate talent could not determine everything. However, such innate talent was definitely a good thing for cultivation. Yao Yu's starting point was much higher than the average person's. Of course, Gu Fei had never been a good master. He was only responsible for imprinting the cultivation technique into his disciple's mind. After that, he would let his disciple freely use it. Just like Gu Zhong, the number of times Gu Fei had taught Gu Zhong could be counted with 10 fingers. In Gu Fei's opinion, there was nothing wrong with this. After all, the master was a disciple, and the cultivation depended on the individual. The extent to which his disciple could grow depended on the disciple's own efforts. At this time, old Jiao was still in seclusion. He wanted to go to the next level and become an expert in the Dragon Clan. Among the 3 disciples of Gu Fei, old Jiao seemed to be the most diligent. From time to time, he would go into seclusion. After he came out, his strength would more or less increase. Master, everything is ready. Should we start? At this time, Gu Zhong walked over. Let's start. You'll be the first. Gu Fei nodded. He stood in front of the ancient cauldron and carefully controlled the fire phoenix divine pearl to control the intensity of the fire. At this time, a bloody smell mixed with the fragrance of spiritual medicine floated out from the mountain and river cauldron. This smell was so unpleasant that many people in the valley covered their noses.
Yes.
Hearing this, Gu Zhong could not help but reveal an excited expression. At this time, the medicinal power in the mountain and river cauldron was definitely at its strongest. He would be the first to absorb the purest medicinal power. He knew very well what this meant. It was a medicinal liquid that was refined by Gu Fei using a drop of divine blood. Then, he added countless kinds of divine medicines and used the mountain and river cauldron to refine it. This medicinal liquid was extremely beneficial to warriors. Gu Zhong did not hesitate. He directly took off his outer clothes and only wore a pair of underwear. Then, he leaped into the large cauldron on the stove.
Roar.
Gu Zhong roared as soon as he entered the large cauldron. He felt as if his skin and flesh were being scalded by a red-hot iron. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The medicinal liquid in the mountain and river cauldron contained powerful essence qi. This essence qi entered Gu Zhong's body through his pores. This made him feel as if there were countless tiny red-hot iron wires swimming in his meridians. This extremely powerful essence qi was refining Gu Zhong's martial body. The divine blood of the saint body in the cauldron had a miraculous effect on refining the body. As time passed, Gu Zhong could clearly feel the changes that were happening to his body. Gu Zhong's muscles, bones, and flesh were constantly being refined by the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. Although this process was very painful, it was the most effective. Gu Zhong's pig-like roars could be heard from the ancient cauldron. The pain in his martial body was really unbearable. Even someone as strong as him was in so much pain that his vision turned black. An hour later, Gu Zhong, who was soaking in the medicinal liquid in the mountain and river cauldron, stood up reluctantly and walked out. Gu Zhong's skin was completely red. He looked like a cooked human prawn. He quickly took out a set of clean clothes and quickly put them on. After putting on his clothes, he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to circulate his mysterious qi. As he circulated his mysterious qi, Gu Zhong's body immediately emitted a popping sound. His muscles and bones were shaking. This body tempering was extremely important to Gu Zhong. Saint-level divine blood was something that could only be discovered by luck. Only Gu Fei would dare to use divine blood to refine his martial body. After Gu Zhong soaked in the medicinal liquid, it was the 12 Great Bandits' turn. Chapter 2054. Gu Zhong immediately went into seclusion. The effects of the divine blood tempering his body were much better than he had imagined. Gu Zhong felt that his cultivation could go up another level. As long as he could reach the almighty emperor realm of the fifth heaven, he would truly be invincible among his peers. Moreover, if he used the secret technique of ascension, he could even challenge an ordinary half-sage. Moreover, the precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron could also transform his martial body and make it even stronger. Of course, this transformation would not be completed in an instant. Gu Fei had only refined a drop of divine blood. Within the cauldron of precious liquid, the most precious drop of divine blood was that drop of divine blood. The other medicinal ingredients were only there to support it. Divine blood was not that easy to refine. Even if an ordinary person obtained divine blood, they would not be able to use it. Within the divine blood, there was a peerless killing intent left behind by Hellion Imo below the sage realm. Only Gu Fei could refine the killing intent within the divine blood. Roar, I will definitely take revenge for this. Just as Gu Fei was using Hellion Mo's divine blood to temper the bodies of his subordinates, a yin-yang divine light was floating in the primal chaos. Within the yin-yang divine light, a figure was sitting cross-legged. This person was Hellion Mo's primordial spirit, who had broken through the void and escaped into the primal chaos. A yin-yang divine sword was circling around Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. The divine sword emitted a cold sword light that completely enveloped Hellion Mo. Traces of yin-yang divine light actually penetrated Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. At this moment, there was a killing intent swimming within Hellion Mo's primordial spirit. Hellion Mo's primordial spirit was drawing the power of the yin-yang divine sword to resist this killing intent. It's too terrifying. Hellion Mo recalled Gu Fei's sword. Even now, he still felt a chill in his heart. If he had been a little slower, he would probably have died under that sword. What sword is that? Could it be a paragon sword? Hellion Mo was very clear that the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was unbelievably sharp. It had easily sliced through his flesh. His saint-level body couldn't even withstand a single blow from the divine sword. What was even more terrifying was that the sword actually possessed astonishing killing intent. The killing intent immediately invaded his body. If it were not for his alertness and the fact that his soul had escaped, even his soul would have probably been corroded by the killing intent, and then his soul would have been dispersed. Even with that being the case, a sliver of killing intent still managed to invade his soul. Like maggots, it coiled around his soul and constantly ate away at his life force. This was definitely a huge problem for Helion Mo's soul. Fortunately, he had the flawless saint artifact, the Yin-Yang Divine Sword, to protect him. Otherwise, this strand of killing intent would have killed him long ago. I can't accept this. Helion Mo's primordial spirit was about to go crazy. He was a saint who had already dominated the three realms during the Ancient Age. Now, his fleshly body had actually been destroyed by a little fellow who was not even a saint. Such an impossible thing had actually happened to him. It was hard for Helion Mo's primordial spirit to imagine that he would end up in such a miserable state. Right now, it was hard to say whether he would even be able to survive. Just as Helion Mo's primordial spirit was howling in the chaos, a drop of his primordial blood was dissolved by Gu Fei and refined into a cauldron of precious liquid, which was used to refine the fleshly bodies of his subordinates. After Gu Zhong left, it was the turn of the 12 Great Bandits. The 12 Great Bandits were extremely excited. They knew very well what this meant. This was the refining of the primordial blood. After the refinement of the primordial blood, their fleshly bodies would become extremely powerful. Ordinary divine weapons would no longer be able to harm them. Most importantly, although they were not warriors, the precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron was extremely beneficial to their primordial spirits. Now that their cultivation had reached the level of the 12 Great Bandits, what they needed to do was to comprehend the heavenly way and allow their primordial spirits to transform again in preparation for becoming saints in the future. Within the primordial blood, there was a kind of comprehension of the great way that Helion Mo had left behind. This was the true divine way and was extremely important to the 12 Great Bandits. Without any hesitation, the 12 Great Bandits also leaped into the mountain and river cauldron. The essence of the precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron was constantly being absorbed by everyone. The immortal divinity within the precious liquid was also weakening. After 6 hours, the 12 Great Bandits reluctantly leaped out of the mountain and river cauldron. They could only soak in the precious liquid for around 6 hours because this was already the limit of what they could endure. If they soaked any longer, they would face the danger of exploding and dying. After the 12 Great Bandits bowed to Gu Fei, they also left. They had gained a lot and needed to immediately find a place to digest what they had comprehended. Afterwards, Yao Yu also entered the mountain and river cauldron and used the precious liquid to refine her fleshly body. Rays of treasured light that could be seen by the naked eye entered Yao Yu's body and rapidly changed her physique. However, she could only grit her teeth and endure for less than an hour before she had no choice but to rush out of the mountain and river cauldron. Just as Yao Yu rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, the weather between heaven and earth immediately changed. Dazzling bolts of lightning tore through the sky, and a pressure from heaven and earth descended on this part of the world. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He never imagined that after soaking in the precious liquid, Yao Yu actually broke through and was about to undergo the immortal god tribulation. Master, sensing the extremely powerful fluctuation coming down from the sky, Yao Yu couldn't help but panic and was at a loss of what to do. Don't panic. I will bring you outside to undergo the tribulation. With me here, a mere immortal god tribulation is nothing. Gu Fei kept the fire phoenix divine bead in the mountain and river cauldron. The sacred blood body tempering was temporarily over. The people of the Ming clan could only leave first. The Ming clan's old clan leader and the most outstanding disciple of the Ming clan, Ming Long, were a little disappointed. Especially Ming Long. He couldn't help but yearn for Yao Yu to undergo the immortal god tribulation. Becoming an expert had always been Ming Long's goal. Usually, Yao Yu had a lot of contact with the Ming clan. Basically, Yao Yu was the one in charge of the Ming clan. Ming Long was like Yao Yu's younger brother. Seeing that Yao Yu was about to undergo the tribulation, Ming Long was happy for her. The immortal god tribulation. As long as one succeeded, they would be able to ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. They would become an immortal god with great magical powers. Moreover, according to Yao Yu, her bloodline was different. As long as she could successfully undergo the tribulation, she would become an expert among the immortals. Ming Long originally wanted to worship Gu Zhong as his master, but Gu Zhong was either teaching Yao Yu or in seclusion. Meng Long rarely had the chance to see this eldest disciple of the Lord. I must become an expert like the Lord. Meng Long secretly made up his mind. He planned to wait for Yao Yu to come back and ask her to recommend him to Gu Zhong. At this time, Gu Fei had already opened his inner world and left with Yao Yu. Chapter 2055. Rumble. In a deep mountain forest thousands of miles away from a mortal Venerable city, a deafening thunderclap could be heard. In the sky above the forest, black tribulation clouds were descending from the sky, almost reaching the ground. The tribulation clouds covered a radius of a few hundred miles. Dazzling lightning shot out from the dark tribulation clouds, tearing the dark sky apart. The other parts of the forest were bright and sunny. The place covered by the tribulation clouds was a stark contrast to the other places. This kind of phenomenon was known as a phenomenon. Any cultivator with some knowledge would immediately avoid such a phenomenon and not dare to get close. Someone was undergoing tribulation. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary tribulation. It was an immortal God tribulation. The person undergoing tribulation would emit a mystical wave. This was a type of tribulation energy. As long as one came into contact with this energy, it would trigger their own tribulation. For ordinary cultivators, this would definitely be fatal. Yao Yu was undergoing tribulation. She had already endured the tribulation for more than an hour. Her blood was still vigorous and her body was emitting a brilliant light. She looked like a goddess of war. Even in the face of this powerful tribulation, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she felt excited. Not bad. At this moment, outside the area covered by the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak. He used his martial heaven's eye to look at Yao Yu and couldn't help but nod. He was very satisfied with Yao Yu's performance. As a cultivator, they should have the mentality of becoming stronger the stronger they meet. Even in the face of tribulation, they should treat the tribulation as an opponent. At this moment, some silhouettes appeared in the nearby mountains. Some people were alarmed by the commotion here and came to take a look. Someone is undergoing tribulation. Some of the cultivators who came to take a look couldn't help but change their expressions when they sensed the pressure of heaven and earth. No one dared to go near the area covered by the tribulation clouds. They all watched from afar. That person is... At this moment, someone noticed Gu Fei standing on the peak of the mountain. Hiss. When someone saw Gu Fei's face clearly, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and fled far away. I didn't expect that person to be here too. Those who recognized Gu Fei did not dare to approach Gu Fei. After all, it was this fierce person who had killed an ancestor of the Hellion family a few days ago. Rumor had it that the ancestor of the Hellion family, whose physical body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, was actually an ancient sage who had attained enlightenment in ancient times. Gu Fei's achievement of slaying an ancient saint with a sword was enough to shock the world, and he was known as the #1 savage of the ancestral star of Buzhou. Gu Fei has appeared. Very soon, the Hellion family head received the news in the ancestral court of the Hellion family. When he heard this, the Hellion family head stood up from his seat and a shocking murderous aura erupted from his body. Patriarch, please sacrifice the ancestral item to kill Gu Fei. The Hellion family head made a prompt decision and personally went to the depths of the ancestral court to invite the other patriarch of the Hellion family, who was still in deep sleep. The ancestral land of the Hellion family was a rare place where the dragon vein was located. The patriarch of the Hellion family slept in the depths of the dragon vein and did not come out easily. However, Hellion Mo's physical body had been destroyed. Even the Hellion family head could not resolve such a big matter and had to invite the patriarch to take charge. The patriarch of the Hellion family had an extraordinary status in the family. Even the Hellion family head had to be respectful when he saw these patriarchs and did not dare to slight them. Dragon chi rose in the dragon vein, and a faintly discernible pressure enveloped the entire dragon vein. In the depths of the dragon vein, there were a few stone coffins floating in the dragon chi. The dragon chi of the earth there was extremely thick, almost to the point of liquefying. The Hellion family head's footsteps were very light, as he was afraid that his footsteps would disturb the sleeping patriarch. There were 3 stone coffins floating in the air above the dragon cave. One of the stone coffins had already been opened and was empty. This stone coffin was Hellion Mo's stone coffin. As for the other two stone coffins, their lids were still sealed and had never been opened. Most of the ancient sages used this method to make themselves fall into a deep sleep. There were also people who walked the world all the time and did not like to sleep. Hellion Mo had already woken up from his deep sleep 10,000 years ago. As for the other two patriarchs, they still chose to continue sleeping and had no intention of coming out. This time, the Hellion family head had come to use a secret technique to awaken one of the patriarchs. The Hellion family head knew that this was a rare opportunity. If Gu Fei were to hide again, it would be difficult to find him no matter how many people they had. He walked forward and took out a silver dagger before making a cut on his left wrist. Fresh blood immediately flowed out of the wound and dripped onto the stone coffin in the middle of the three stone coffins. After the Hellion family head's blood dripped onto the stone coffin, the blood seeped into the stone coffin and disappeared. It was as if the blood had never dripped before. After continuously dripping more than 10 drops of blood, the Hellion family head finally stopped. Rumble. After the Hellion family head stopped dripping blood onto the stone coffin in front of him suddenly shook. Bang! With a muffled sound, the heavy coffin lid on the stone coffin flew up. A figure stood up from the stone coffin. It was a skinny old man with a sallow complexion. He looked like a zombie. Greetings, Patriarch. The Hellion family head hurriedly knelt down. Swish. At this moment, the old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. A cold light shot out from those tiny eyes, causing the dark void to suddenly light up. Using blood to awaken me? Could it be that the Hellion family has already reached the point of life and death? An old and hoarse voice resounded. This old man seemed to have not spoken for a long time. When he suddenly spoke, his pronunciation was a little strange. Replying to Patriarch, something has happened to Patriarch Hellion. The Hellion family head didn't dare to hide anything. He told the old man everything that had happened in detail. What? After the old man heard it, he couldn't help but be shocked. He knew Hellion Mo's cultivation. Among the three Hellion ancestors, Hellion Mo's cultivation was not the weakest. A junior who wasn't even a sage had actually defeated Hellion Mo. How was this possible? The old man couldn't believe it. However, the current Hellion family head in front of him definitely wouldn't dare to lie to him. It seemed like Hellion Mo had really fallen into the hands of a junior. This was simply a great humiliation. The three Hellion ancestors were once extremely glorious. Even in ancient times, they were overlords of a region. Chapter 2056. In the depths of the mountain, the heavenly tribulation continued. It's actually the 9th stage of the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak. At this moment, the 7th stage of the heavenly tribulation had already descended from the sky. The power of this heavenly tribulation was fire. Terrifying heavenly flames soared into the sky and instantly enveloped Yao Yu, completely drowning her. The heavenly flames burned the void and Yao Yu roared again and again. She did not die. In the sea of flames, waves of water elemental power rushed out from her body. Water and fire restrained each other. When the terrifying heavenly flames approached Yao Yu, they were extinguished. It was difficult for the flames to burn her body. Rumble. Yao Yu executed the water elemental fist. Every time she punched out, the power of the water element would surge out. Like a huge wave, it would extinguish the burning heavenly flames. At this moment, Yao Yu's body was constantly transforming under the effect of the new power. Her bones and flesh were constantly being tempered by the new power, constantly becoming stronger. This was the process of a warrior becoming an immortal god. It was a rebirth. It was a true rebirth. The acquired martial body would transform into an immortal god martial body. This process was extremely painful. The new flesh, blood, tendons and bones would completely replace the acquired flesh, blood, tendons and bones. At this moment, the transformation process of Yao Yu's flesh, blood, tendons and bones had already been more than halfway through. Half of the tendons and bones had already been replaced by new tendons and bones. The acquired tendons and bones were constantly shattering, turning into the finest impurities that seeped out of her pores. At this moment, the bloodstains on Yao Yu's body had already fallen off countless times. Roar! Yao Yu gritted her teeth and endured. This process was truly painful. If not for the fact that her martial body had been tempered by the sacred blood, this process would have been even more painful. Yao Yu's martial body had absorbed the essence of the sacred blood. The recovery speed of her martial body had greatly increased. After the acquired martial body collapsed, the new immortal god martial body would immediately be born and replace the acquired martial body. As long as the transformation was completed, Yao Yu would become an immortal god. The transformation of her body and the heavenly tribulation outside her body caused Yao Yu to be in danger. Pong! A fireball descended from the sky and rushed past Yao Yu's side. The terrifying divine fire directly burned half of Yao Yu's body to ashes. Ah! The power of the water element was vast and mighty. The small half of his body that was burned by the heavenly fire was rapidly recovering. His muscles, bones, and flesh were reborn. Moreover, the flesh that was reborn this time was resplendent with treasure light. It was the immortal spirit treasure body. A powerful force surged within the treasure body, causing Yao Yu to feel as if she was brimming with power. It was as if she could punch a hole in the heavens and earth with a single punch. So the power of heavenly tribulation can speed up the transformation of the martial body. After healing a small part of her body that had been burned by the heavenly fire, Yao Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Previously, she had been trying her best to keep the power of the heavenly tribulation out of her body. At this moment, she seemed to realize that her method of transcending the tribulation was actually wrong. Thus, Yao Yu began to guide the heavenly fire to temper her martial body. When the heavenly flame entered his body, it felt like his soul was burning. His bones, flesh, blood, and even his soul felt like it was on fire. This kind of extreme pain was unbearable for ordinary people. The terrifying heavenly fire was destroying the vitality of Yao Yu's martial body. However, there was an extremely strong life force in Yao Yu's body that was constantly repairing the damaged body. Destruction and rebirth alternated. This was like a cycle of reincarnation. The power of the heavenly tribulation was constantly weakening. It was unknown how many reincarnations Yao Yu's martial body had experienced. When the fire tribulation of the 9th-stage heavenly tribulation ended, Yao Yu's martial body had almost completely transformed into the immortal spirit martial body. Haha! Yao Yu laughed loudly and her voice shook the sky. At this moment, the wind tribulation of the 9th-stage heavenly tribulation started. A formless heavenly wind blew from the sky. Wherever the heavenly wind passed, all life would be extinguished. If a cultivator were to be blown by it, their body and soul would be instantly destroyed and turned into dust. The moment Yao Yu's powerful half-immortal spirit treasure body came into contact with the heavenly wind, dense cracks appeared on her body. It was as if she was about to be blown away by the heavenly wind. Just as the wind tribulation descended, Gu Fei, who was at the peak of a distant mountain, suddenly felt a trace of danger. He suddenly turned around and looked into the distance. I didn't expect those people to come so quickly, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then, he rushed into the sky and rushed into the distance. No one dared to approach Yao Yu's heavenly tribulation. Before the heavenly tribulation ended, Yao Yu was the safest. No one dared to take the risk of triggering their own heavenly tribulation to attack Yao Yu. The weakest moment of a person undergoing the heavenly tribulation was when they had just passed the heavenly tribulation. This was because at this moment, the energy in the person's body was almost completely exhausted. They were at the stage where the old energy had been used up and the new energy had yet to be generated. Boom! A violent tremor came from the horizon. The sky collapsed and a black hole appeared in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the black hole. Who is Gu Fei? Quickly come and die. An aged voice came from the black hole and spread across the sky and earth. Everyone was shocked. This person hasn't even shown himself, and it was already so earth-shattering. Could it be those old antiques? Gu Fei is here. You want my life? Be careful. I'll take your life instead. Gu Fei used his extreme speed and instantly arrived nearby. So what if it was an old antique? Didn't he slay Hellion Mo with a single slash of his sword? Could this person be even stronger than Hellion Mo? Good. That voice rang out once more. At this time, a figure slowly descended from the black hole. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he couldn't help but be startled. It was a skinny old man with a waxy yellow face. A few strands of hair grew sparsely on his head, and his teeth had almost all fallen off. However, this old man gave Gu Fei a feeling of extreme danger. Gu Fei, you're dead for sure this time. Behind the little old man was a middle-aged man dressed in black. This man held a purple divine spear in his hands. There were faint ancient runes on the divine spear. A saint item. When Gu Fei saw the violet divine spear in the middle-aged man's hand, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. You two are? Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed where these two had come from. Gu Fei, I'll let you know when you die. I'm the head of the Hellion family. The middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei coldly. His eyes were practically spitting fire, and he wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and tear Gu Fei apart. It had to be known that this fellow called Gu Fei had slain the physical body of an ancestor of the Hellion family. That ancestor had lost his physical body and was only left with a nascent spirit. Most of his cultivation had gone down the drain. Losing an ancestor was definitely a heaven-shaking matter for the Hellion family. This was already enough to shake the foundation of the Hellion family. What are you talking about? Just kill him. The old man rolled his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes towards Gu Fei's face. Chapter 2057. The experts of the Hellion family had arrived. Rumble. High up in the sky, the black hole was rapidly mending itself. The Hellion family head and a small old man descended on the mountain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The appearance of the small old man and the Hellion family head was truly shocking. They actually broke through the void and arrived at the depths of the mountain. This method was too frightening. The Hellion family head was just a great completion quasi-sage. Gu Fei did not care about this fellow at all. What made him feel threatened was the small old man, another sage who sealed himself. When Gu Fei saw the small old man, his eyes could not help but narrow. You are Gu Fei. The small old man stood in the air tens of feet away from Gu Fei. The few strands of hair on his head fluttered in the wind. The small old man's teeth had almost completely fallen out. His face was full of wrinkles and his skin was full of age spots. I am. Gu Fei looked at the small old man and said calmly. This small old man was definitely an extremely dangerous existence. Gu Fei instinctively felt a great threat from the small old man. You are the one who destroyed Hellion Mo's physical body. As the little old man spoke, a chilling glint flickered within his tiny eyes. An invisible killing intent radiated from the little old man's body. Under the impact of this murderous aura, Gu Fei felt the surrounding temperature rapidly plummet, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. So what if it's me? Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. There was no other expression on his face. Even if the other party was a self-sealed sage, he was not afraid. After all, he had destroyed Hellion Mo's physical body. If it's you, then things will be easy. Just accept your death. The small old man stared at Gu Fei and said these words. This junior named Gu Fei had caused the Hellion family to lose a self-sealed sage. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Hellion family. One must know that there were only 3 saints in the Hellion clan who had sealed themselves. This was especially so during this critical period, when chaos had arisen on the Buzhou ancestral star. The Hellion clan had to protect themselves and fight for the opportunity to become a sage. The survival of the 3 great ancestors determined everything. Hellion Mo's physical body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, and only his primordial spirit was left. He was basically crippled. As a result, the Hellion clan was under a lot of pressure without an ancestor to oversee the clan. Why don't you obediently come over and accept your death? Gu Fei smiled. This little old man was really that confident. Kill. The little old man didn't say anything more and directly executed his killing technique, attacking towards Gu Fei. A resplendent divine light shot out from the 5 fingers of the little old man's right hand, piercing towards Gu Fei. 5 rays of light shot out like heavenly rainbows. Each of them contained extremely powerful energy that tore through the void. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one will know the real deal. The rays of light from the little old man's right hand were so powerful that even Gu Fei had to fly into the sky to avoid them. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a fist of chaos. With one punch, heaven and earth collapsed and then shattered, turning into a destructive force that rushed towards the little old man below. On Gu Fei's fist, there were chaotic Tao patterns vaguely appearing. The little old man sensed the power of Gu Fei's punch and could not help but be moved. This little guy had actually comprehended the embryonic form of the 9 Tao patterns. How was this possible? The little old man could already tell that Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao had already reached a height that others couldn't reach. But even so, this little guy couldn't possibly destroy Helion Mo's saint-level physical body. One should know that a saint-level physical body was a saint body. To a certain extent, a saint body was indestructible. Even if a saint had fallen, his saint body would still have immortal divinity. The strength of a saint body was unimaginable. As long as one didn't become a saint, one would never know how terrifying a saint body was. Bang! With a muffled sound, the little old man casually waved his right hand, and the destructive fist force that was rushing down from the sky was directly dispersed by him. Swoosh! At the same time, the little old man's figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and pressed his hand on Gu Fei's chest. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Bang! Before Gu Fei had time to react, the little old man's bony right hand that was pressing on Gu Fei's chest emitted a ray of divine light. It directly pierced through Gu Fei's physical body. The shattered flesh and bones turned into a bloody mist that sprayed out from the wound. Then, Gu Fei was sent flying. Gu Fei couldn't believe that this little old man was actually this strong. He didn't even need to undo the seal on his body to injure his martial body. Too weak. With this level of cultivation and strength, how could he destroy Helion Mo's physical body? The little old man shook his head. He couldn't understand how someone as powerful as Helion Mo was defeated by this little guy. It seemed impossible. Roar! Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away. He let out an angry roar that shook the sky. A ray of light surged from his martial body, and the bloody hole on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the bloody hole on Gu Fei's chest disappeared. Seeing that Gu Fei had recovered so quickly, the little old man's eyes immediately flashed. A descendant of the martial progenitor's line. The little old man muttered to himself. He had started his cultivation much earlier than Helion Mo. This little old man was truly an old antique. He had experienced the dark times of the ancient times. Even in the ancient times, there were only a few descendants of the martial progenitor's line. However, every descendant of the martial progenitor's line was extremely powerful, especially those who had cultivated the indestructible martial body. They were definitely the rulers of the sacred level. In the current era, the descendants of the martial progenitor's line had long disappeared. On Buzhou Ancestral Star, even the inheritance of martial arts had been completely cut off. Where did this descendant of the martial progenitor's line come from? The battle between Gu Fei and the little old man startled many cultivators who were watching Yao Yu's tribulation. Some of them recognized the Helion clan leader and couldn't help but be shocked. You destroyed Helion Mo's physical body. Even if you are the descendant of the martial progenitor's line, you still have to die. The little old man's words were extremely cold. Then, he once again left behind an afterimage on his original spot. His real body was already charging towards the thousands of feet tall Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. Too powerful. Chapter 2058. One of the ancestors of the Helion clan was a small old man. In order to kill Gu Fei, the Helion clan head didn't hesitate to wake this old man up from his slumber. However, this old man was also very powerful. With a single move, he completely suppressed Gu Fei and directly pierced through Gu Fei's powerful martial body with a single palm strike. Bam! Gu Fei was flung away. This old man was too strong, and his speed was also extremely fast. Without using the 8 steps extreme speed, Gu Fei actually couldn't dodge his opponent's attack. The old man's attack was simple, but it was fast. A powerful force directly penetrated his body, causing great damage to Gu Fei's internal organs. Ugh. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Gu Fei's mouth. He turned around and left. Swish. He took a step forward in the void, and with a single step, his entire person appeared 100 miles away. His speed was so fast that even the little old man was shocked. Where are you going? There was no way the old man would let Gu Fei go, because if this descendant of the martial ancestor was allowed to grow, it would definitely be a huge problem for the Hellion clan. Swish. The old man also stepped in the air and chased after Gu Fei. The two of them were extremely fast. Most cultivators would simply be incapable of seeing them. In just a flash, the two experts had flown far away, disappearing into the horizon. Gu Fei, you are dead this time. The Hellion clan head held the divine spear and chased after the two. The Hellion clan's ancestral weapon was still in his hands. But now, it seemed that even without the ancestral weapon, he could still kill Gu Fei. Let's go and take a look. Some people didn't want to miss a battle of this level. They also leaped up and turned into divine light, chasing after the two. A battle of this level seemed to be even more attractive than Yao Yu's tribulation. Rumble. The tribulation clouds were tumbling, and the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty. She had already endured 7 of the 9 heavenly tribulations, and now the 8th one was about to descend. This was an extremely cold tribulation of ice and snow. Under the cover of the tribulation clouds, it began to snow. An extremely cold air descended from the sky, as if it was going to freeze the world. By this time, Gu Fei had already left. Master. Under the tribulation clouds, Yao Yu sensed Gu Fei's departure and couldn't help but feel nervous. However, she quickly adjusted her mental state and faced the 8th wave of tribulation head-on. Yao Yu's heavenly tribulation shocked everyone. All the cultivators within a radius of 5,000 kilometers were able to sense the powerful ripples coming from heaven and earth. Many powerful cultivators had already soared into the sky and chased after the Hellion family head. They wanted to watch the battle. Gu Fei versus the Hellion family's patriarch. For some true experts, the attraction of this battle was much greater than Yao Yu's tribulation. Some people began to send out jade talismans to inform others to come and watch the battle. Only cultivators below the immortal god stage would stay behind to watch Yao Yu's tribulation. This way, there wouldn't be many people who could threaten Yao Yu. Moreover, no one knew the relationship between Yao Yu and Gu Fei. Swish. At this moment, 2 figures constantly flashed in the void. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. With every step, his entire body would instantly disappear. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of kilometers away. He used the 8 steps extreme speed with all his might. His speed was definitely the fastest under the sage stage. Among the great perfection quasi-sages, no one could catch up to him. However, the old man from the Hellion family was truly terrifying. This old man kept chasing behind Gu Fei. Even though Gu Fei used the 8 steps extreme speed, he still couldn't get rid of this old man. Swish. The skinny figure flickered in and out of existence in the void. Every time he appeared, he would be hundreds of kilometers away. This speed was actually comparable to Gu Fei's. This old man also mastered a unique movement technique. Although this movement technique couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed, this old man had the body of a sage. The sacred body of a sage was incomparably strong. Even Gu Fei's current martial body couldn't be compared to this sacred body. This was because this sacred body had immortal divinity. The strength of a sacred body wasn't something that Gu Fei could imagine. Little fella, accept your death obediently. Don't struggle. You are not a match for your great-grandfather. The old man's aged voice sounded behind Gu Fei. At this moment, a thunderbolt appeared in the palm of the old man's right hand. Boom. A clap of thunder rang out from the little old man's hand. A bolt of purple lightning rushed out from the little old man's palm and bombarded towards Gu Fei. Palm of thunder. Gu Fei was taken aback. In an instant, He felt his entire body shake. A numb feeling spread from his back to his entire body. *T. Without thinking, he immediately used the anti-emptiness secret technique. His body immediately became a blur, as if he was about to completely blend into the void around him. Puffed! A skinny hand pierced through Gu Fei's back and came out from his chest. On the arm, there were faint traces of Dao patterns, as if it was a sacred weapon. However, the little old man instantly felt that something was amiss. His right hand felt as though it was stuck in cotton, and he couldn't exert any strength. How could this be? The sudden change caused the little old man to be taken aback. Bang! Just at that moment, a fist suddenly appeared and violently smashed onto the little old man's nearly bald head. The powerful force caused ripples to appear on the skin of the little old man's head. The old man was sent flying by the sudden punch. He was dizzy and disoriented. Even if he had a sacred body, he would still feel uncomfortable after taking a punch from Gu Fei. Good heavens! The old man was shocked. He had never thought that he would be hit in the head by a young man. What kind of secret technique was his opponent using? Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei's illusory body suddenly solidified as a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Although he had used the anti-emptiness secret technique to negate most of the power from the little old man's attack, it still impacted his martial body. There was no time to lose. Gu Fei immediately attacked. He instantly approached the old man and punched with his right fist. This punch landed heavily on the old man's chest. At the same time that he sent the old man flying, his left leg was like a divine whip. It swept out and kicked the old man's bald head. His head was hit again. Although the old man had an immortal sacred body, Gu Fei's strength was shocking. Although it was difficult to hurt him, it was enough to make him dizzy for a short period of time. Gu Fei took advantage of this short period of time and attacked continuously. Bang! 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 The little old man lost his footing in one move and was struck consecutively. Gu Fei's strength continued to rise. He had already activated the secret art of ascension, and with every punch and kick he sent out, the explosive power would multiply. This round of attacks that were as fast as lightning struck the little old man until he could not tell which way was north. However, just as Gu Fei was about to kick the old man's face, a skinny hand suddenly grabbed his calf. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The old man had gotten used to such attacks so quickly. He actually grabbed his calf. This was terrible. Hee, brat. Isn't it satisfying to fight? The old man grinned at Gu Fei. Phew. Then, Gu Fei was swung up by the old man and smashed into the ground. Boom. Gu Fei fell from the sky like a meteorite, causing the ground to shake. Dust filled the air, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The soil kept sinking. Gotcha! Purple lightning appeared on the old man's hands. He kept punching downwards. Rays of purple lightning tore through the sky and struck down on the pit. Rumble! Loud noises kept coming from the pit. The destructive power of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc in the pit. The pit on the ground kept collapsing and dust filled the air. That was fun. Now, I want you to taste what it feels like to be struck by lightning. The expression on the little old man's face was incomparably malevolent. It had been a very long time since he had been beaten up so miserably. Now, he had actually been beaten to the point of being dizzy and disoriented by a little brat of the younger generation. To a person who had once been so high and mighty, this was absolutely a great humiliation. On the old man's bald head, there were still Gu Fei's footprints. Feels good, right? The old man was almost crazy. His hands kept pressing downwards. The purple lightning became stronger and stronger. This was a great technique that the old man had cultivated. It was many times stronger than the normal thunder palm. Purple thunderbolts tore through the void. Wherever the thunderbolts passed, they left pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Roar. From the pit, Gu Fei's angry roar could be heard. What? He's not dead? The old man was shocked. His great technique could even tear through the sky. Yet, it couldn't kill this young kid. Could it be that this kid's martial body was so strong that it was almost at the level of a holy weapon? Very good. This way, we can play slowly. Although the old man's words were calm, The killing intent in his voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Boom. Just as the old man was about to toy with Gu Fei to death, a shocking aura exploded from the pit. Then, a figure shot up into the sky from the purple lightning. 20 times Ascension's secret technique, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao with all his might. Boundless energy exploded from his body, as if he had summoned the power of an ancient martial lord. Streams of chaotic aura surged from his body. Like chaotic lightning, they circled around Gu Fei's body. Whoosh! Gu Fei did not attack the old man. Instead, he used the 8 steps extreme speed and rushed into the sky. This old man was too strong. Yi Fuyan was no match for him. This existence was as unfathomable as Ghost Emperor Fengdu of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Trying to escape? The old man's beady eyes narrowed. He disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Gu Fei. What? Chapter 2059. The show has just begun. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The old man's wizened voice rang out from behind Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that this old man had not displayed his true strength all this while? How could this be? This was going to be troublesome. Swoosh! Gu Fei felt a sharp pain on his back before a withered palm pierced through his clothes. This was a blood-colored palm that was stained with his own blood. This time around, Gu Fei was not so lucky. His physical body was pierced through by the old man. Even a greater mastery quasi-sage martial body could not withstand a single strike from the old man. Damn it! Gu Fei hurriedly tried to use his anti-void secret skill. But just at this moment, the blood-colored arm that had pierced through his chest surged with a tremendous force. Bam! Before Gu Fei could react, his entire martial body exploded. His tendons, bones, and flesh flew everywhere as a blood mist appeared high up in the sky. Seems like the successor of the martial ancestor's lineage is only Essos. The old man's face revealed a look of disdain. But in reality, deep down in his heart, he was moved. To think that a greater mastery quasi-sage, who was not a sage, could destroy the physical body of a sage. Even if he were to tell others about this, no one would believe him. One must know that even if a sage who had sealed himself up stood there and allowed a greater mastery quasi-sage to attack him, the greater mastery quasi-sage would not be able to kill him. The undying sage body of a sage could only be damaged by a sage weapon. The only person who could kill a sage was an even stronger sage. Just then, the countless pieces of flesh in the sky started glowing. Every single piece of flesh, and even every single drop of blood, was emitting a strong life force. Rebirth from a single drop of blood. The old man's eyes lit up. The successor of the martial ancestor's lineage had yet to become a sage. To think that he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. This little fella's life force was really strong. All the pieces of flesh were moving and gathering together rapidly. His tendons, bones, and flesh were reassembling. Soon, a figure appeared in the sky. Forcing me to risk my life won't do you any good, Gu Fei said coldly. His martial body had already reached the point where he could be reborn from a drop of blood. It was impossible for a physical attack to truly injure his vitality. Brat, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this since the great desolate world was shattered. The little old man narrowed his pea-sized eyes, and within the slits of his eyes, there was a glint overflowing. He swept his gaze over to Gu Fei, and his tone was incomparably calm. Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Io, you're still very arrogant. Huh? Do you think that I can't kill you? This old man is not like that idiot Hellion Mo. The cold light in the little old man's eyes intensified. That icy killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Then you can give it a try. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that he had encountered the most dangerous opponent since his debut. The little old man seemed to be so old that he was about to be buried. But Gu Fei knew that the little old man's strength was probably not weaker than Ghost Emperor Fengdu of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was one of the strongest supreme existences of the soaring dragon ancestral star. I can kill you without using an ancestral artifact. The little old man took a step forward and instantly disappeared. Almost at the same time, a skinny arm suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei and grabbed at his heart. Chaotic reversal. The moment the little old man's fingertips touched Gu Fei's clothes, Gu Fei's secret art of the immortal path finally unleashed its unimaginable power. Buzz. A ring of transparent ripples spread from his body. Then, the little old man's arm streaked to the side, as if it was moved by some mysterious force. What? At this moment, the little old man's figure appeared in the void in front of Gu Fei. The little old man was shocked. Since his debut, he had never encountered something like this. His attack was actually moved away. This was something that had never happened in the past millions of years. Moreover, the old man found it inconceivable that the person who moved his arm to the side was only a great circle quasi-sage. How could such a little fella have such an ability? This made the old man's mung-bean eyes widen so much that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Could it be the legendary? While the little old man was still in shock, Gu Fei had already grabbed the little old man's arm that was moving past him. Then, a divine light shot out from the center of his brows. Roar! In that instant, the little old man sensed extreme danger. He instinctively broke free from Gu Fei's grip and threw his head back. At the same time, his body flew backwards. However, no matter how fast the little old man's reactions were, he only managed to avoid being hit in the center of his brows. The corner of his eye was still struck by the purple light that had shot out from Gu Fei's forehead. His brow bone shattered, and saint blood flowed out. How is this possible? The little old man could sense that the purple light that had injured his saint physique contained the power of the great Tao. This was a powerful force that could injure a saint physique. Only the power of the great Tao could injure a saint physique. Could it be that Hellion Mo fell to this kid's move? The little old man was extremely shocked. The power of the primordial spirit transformed into a sword of the way. How is this possible? Didn't the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal path disappear over the years? He had started his cultivation much earlier than Hellion Mo, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Even so, he had never truly witnessed the various unbelievable powers of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He had only heard of them. It must be said that even in the ancient Taoism, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were no longer complete. What a pity! Just as the little old man was in shock, Gu Fei felt extremely regretful. He had lost a rare opportunity to heavily injure the little old man. Who would have thought that the little old man's reaction speed would be so fast? Even the speed of the primordial spirit sword of the way could not pierce through the center of his brows and destroy his Niwen palace. As Gu Fei willed it, another brilliant ray of purple light shot out from between his brows. It turned into a purple sword of the way that pulsed with the power of the great Tao. It pierced towards the little old man. It really is the primordial spirit sword of the way. The little old man recognized this secret technique, and his pair of mung bean-like eyes immediately lit up, shining as brightly as the stars in the sky. Who would not covet the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Who would not want to obtain them? Even the little old man, who had already become a saint, was no exception. After all, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were unparalleled secret techniques created by the Supreme Elder. The little old man extended a hand and shattered the primordial spirit sword of the way that shot towards him. Then, he used a great technique. Endless lightning surged from his body, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Chapter 2060. The old man from the Hellion clan used the power of thunder and lightning to seal the surroundings, trapping Gu Fei in a terrifying web of thunder and lightning. The 9 esoterics of the immortal path made even super antiques like him, who had long since become a saint, jealous. Hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal path and I will forget the grudge between you and the Hellion clan. The old man seemed to have transformed into an ancient god of thunder. His entire body emitted bolts of purple lightning. Every bolt of purple lightning was a type of Tao. You cultivate the Tao of thunder. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This old man wasn't simple. He had cultivated the destructive power of thunder and lightning. In ancient times, There was a saying that all 3,000 Daos could become saints. However, throughout the ages, most cultivators only cultivated the 5 elements, yin and yang, and chaos. There were also some cultivators who cultivated the Tao of wind and thunder. However, the Tao of wind and thunder were relatively unpopular, and very few people cultivated them. The 5 elements, yin, yang, wind, and thunder were the 9 great Daos. There were countless great Daos that extended from these great Daos. The 3,000 great Daos were just an imaginary number. The ancestor of the Hellion clan cultivated the Tao of thunder. We'll talk if you can kill me. Gu Fei coldly snorted. An astonishing power surged out of his body and blocked all the purple lightning around him, making it difficult for it to approach him. Very well. The little old man smiled, the wrinkles all over his face moving like worms, giving him an indescribably strange look. The Tao of Thunder was one of the 9 great Daos. The power of this Tao represented destruction. One should know that the power of God's retribution was mostly thunder. Then I will have to kill you. The old man pointed at the sky and pointed at the ground. Boom! The sound of thunder immediately came from the sky. The little old man used a great magic power and actually attracted the divine thunder of the 9th heaven. Dazzling bolts of lightning began to appear in the sky. An extremely terrifying heavens might descended from the sky. When he saw this scene, even if Gu Fei's heart was incomparably firm, he couldn't help but change. This little old man actually wanted to carry out punishment on behalf of the heavens. This sort of method was simply borrowing the power of heavenly tribulation. Brat, today, your ancestor will let you experience what it means to be struck by lightning, rumble. At the same time, the earth began to tremble, and a powerful aura of annihilation surged out from the depths of the earth. There were heavenly thunders in the sky, and there were landmines on the ground. This was a veritable, inescapable net. The power of heaven and earth interweaved, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. At this moment, in Gu Fei's inner world, a peerless, ominous saber was floating in the air. The spiritual energy of the world was madly gathering towards this peerless, ominous saber. What happened? Why is Skyblade acting like this? In the inner world of Gu Fei's Dantian, all the creatures were alarmed by the unusual movements of the peerless, ominous saber. Even Gu Zhong and the others who were cultivating in seclusion came out of their seclusion. Master is in danger. Gu Zhong looked at the peerless, ominous saber in the sky and couldn't help but be extremely shocked. The peerless, ominous saber was guarding this inner world. Unless it was a critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei would not use this ominous saber with the strongest killing intent since ancient times. If Gu Fei was forced to use the peerless, ominous saber, then Gu Fei's current situation would definitely be extremely dangerous. What exactly happened outside? The 12 great bandits were also uncertain. The peerless, ominous saber emitted an extremely terrifying murderous aura, causing their souls to tremble. A fear that originated from the depths of their souls surged into their hearts. A supreme artifact. The middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang, one of the 12 great bandits, was very knowledgeable. The divine saber in the sky was automatically devouring the world. Just the wisp of murderous aura it emitted made people feel helpless. Even when facing a saint who had sealed himself, Zhuge Liang didn't have such a feeling of being unable to resist. He couldn't even think of resisting. Just as the peerless, ominous saber was frantically gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Gu Fei, who was outside the inner world, encountered a great danger. Heavenly lightning and landmines appeared at the same time and bombarded him. The little old man had actually attracted the power of heaven. The power of heaven was incomparably powerful. Countless divine lightning exploded around Gu Fei's body, directly smashing his protective gang qi and directly bombarding his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared and was instantly drowned by the endless lightning of heaven and earth. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Above the sky, below the ground, endless lightning interweaved. Every time a bolt of lightning flashed, a spatial crack would appear in the void. The lightning of heaven and earth could tear apart heaven and earth and destroy everything. This was one of the little old man's trump cards. What is that? At this time, the Hellion family had arrived with the ancestral chi of his family. When the Hellion family head saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Tribulation lightning descended from the sky, and chaotic lightning surged from the depths of the earth. The void within a radius of dozens of miles was completely enveloped by lightning, forming an incomparably huge lightning field. The little old man conjured the lightning god domain. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive. The consequences of the old ancestor's display of might are severe. The Hellion family head sighed. This old ancestor was the most troublesome and powerful among the 3 old ancestors of the Hellion family. This old ancestor was even more terrifying than the other 2 old ancestors combined. Gu Fei, you will die this time. Although the Hellion family head was shocked, he knew that no one could survive if this old ancestor wanted to kill them. Although Gu Fei was strong, he was only a great perfection quasi-sage. In the Hellion family head's opinion, it was a miracle that Gu Fei could destroy Hellion Mo's sage physique. But now, such a miracle would never happen again. How terrifying. Is someone undergoing tribulation again? The other experts arrived one after another. They didn't know what was happening, but the first thought that appeared in their minds was that someone had attracted the heavenly tribulation and was undergoing tribulation again. But very quickly, their expressions changed. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation. Although the lightning ahead was powerful, it was lacking something. What the lightning in front of them lacked was the tribulation-attracting power that was unique to the heavenly tribulation. No one could sense the tribulation-attracting power in the dark. Someone is using a heaven-shaking sacred art. Some of the experts quickly realized what was going on, and someone cried out in surprise, "It's the old ancestor of the Hellion family." Everyone knew that the Hellion family was going to kill Gu Fei. Even the Hellion family head had come personally. Moreover, it seemed like the Hellion family head had become the little old man's follower. Chapter 2061. The little old man's hair stood on end as he unleashed the full power of the god of thunder domain. The space around Gu Fei was completely cut off, as if it had been cut out of the world. Rumble. The divine thunder that fell from the sky was all guided into the god of thunder domain, turning into destructive lightning that bombarded Gu Fei. The endless purple lightning formed a huge ball of lightning, wrapping Gu Fei inside. The scene was extremely frightening. Roar. Gu Fei's roar kept coming from the huge ball of lightning. Although his martial body was strong, it had been pierced through by the terrifying lightning more than a dozen times. The protective vigor chi couldn't completely block the power of lightning around him. However, Gu Fei cultivated the Ascension secret technique. His body that was pierced by the divine thunder quickly healed, as if he had never been injured. All principles of truth. At the same time that Gu Fei used the Ascension secret technique, he also used another heaven-defying secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the truth secret technique. As soon as this secret technique was used, the surrounding power of lightning immediately turned into specks of spiritual light. The power of destruction was dissolved by the truth force, turning into the most primitive spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was then absorbed by the martial body. What? In the god of thunder domain, the little old man immediately noticed this phenomenon on Gu Fei's body. The power of lightning that he attracted was turned into primitive spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was then absorbed by Gu Fei. How is this possible? Although the little old man was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never encountered such a thing. Although he knew about the 9 secrets of the immortal path, he didn't know what the 9 powers were. The power of lightning was constantly refined by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's power was increasing. In this way, he had an inexhaustible amount of power. Old man, it won't be that easy to kill me. Gu Fei's voice came from the ball of lightning. Even the endless thunder could not cover his voice. Good lad. The little old man's entire body radiated with purple lightning. His expression turned malevolent. The strength of his opponent had far exceeded his expectations. It was no wonder that Hellion Mo had suffered a loss at the hands of this brat. I don't believe I can't kill you. The little old man was furious. Then, he stretched out his right hand. The head of the Hellion clan, who was outside the lightning domain, felt his hands tremble. The purple divine spear that he was hugging immediately turned into a purple electric light, instantly flying into the lightning domain in front of him. An ancestral item. The ancestor is actually going to use an ancestral item. Seeing his ancestral item fly away, the Hellion family head was startled. Was Gu Fei really that powerful? He actually forced the patriarch to use his ancestral item? The Hellion family patriarch's face turned ugly. This Gu Fei was definitely a great enemy of the Hellion family. If they couldn't kill him now, then the Hellion family would be out of luck. If this Gu Fei was allowed to become a saint, then no one in the entire Hellion family would be his opponent. At that time, the Hellion family would most likely be annihilated. When the Hellion family patriarch thought of this, a layer of cold sweat unknowingly appeared on his body, drenching his clothes. Boom! At this moment, the ball of lightning in the sky suddenly erupted with a terrifying energy fluctuation that caused people's hearts to tremble. In the instant that the little old man caught the purple divine spear, a shocking power of lightning erupted from the divine spear. The power of the entire lightning domain instantly increased by more than 10 times. Swish! 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 9 resplendent purple lightning rushed out from the divine spear. Those were 9 great Tao divine marks in the shape of lightning. The 9 thunder divine marks rushed out, instantly piercing through the protective chi on Gu Fei's body and penetrating through Gu Fei's martial body. The martial thunder divine marks passed through his body, and Gu Fei's entire body was numb from the electricity. Electricity constantly circled around his body. These were injuries of the great Tao, and the wounds were difficult to heal. They were constantly oozing blood, and the 9 bloody holes that went through his body were a bloody mess. Roar! Gu Fei's body trembled, and he roared at the sky. The power of immortal transformation exploded from his body, and the 9 bloody wounds began to heal. His flesh, tendons, and bones were all surging. The power of the great Tao attached to the wounds was dispelled by the power of immortal transformation. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were secret arts that defied the natural order. Even injuries of the great Tao could be healed. What a powerful life force! In the lightning domain, even the slightest change could not escape the little old man's senses. The 9 wounds on Gu Fei's body quickly healed. So what if it's like this? The little old man laughed coldly. He shook the divine spear in his hand. Voom! The divine spear immediately let out a rumble, and ancient divine marks vaguely appeared on its surface, showing signs of awakening. A vast power of the divine path spread from the divine spear. Although this power was not very strong, and it did not have the kind of powerful ripples that could topple mountains and overturn seas, it still gave people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. A saint implement. Gu Fei sensed the ripples of power and could not help but be shocked. This saint implement was not simple, and it was not a saint implement that ordinary saints could refine. Chapter 2062. Rumble. Billions of bolts of lightning wreaked havoc in the air. The void was filled with lightning, and there was only the power of destruction in the void. The domain of lightning contracted rapidly, destroying everything in its path. The little old man was furious. He used the ancestral weapon of the Hellion clan to lock down the entire domain of lightning. At this time, even those saints who had sealed themselves would not be able to escape. Beg me? Why don't you beg me, haha? The little old man was extremely pleased. It felt great to be able to trample the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor. One should know that every successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor was an earth-shattering existence. In ancient times, there were even a few successors of the bloodline of martial ancestor that were strong enough to kill saints. I beg you, Tui, it's not certain who will be the one to die. Gu Fei sneered. The little old man really thought that he had complete control of the situation. Gu Fei had yet to use his true trump card, but the little old man did not know that Gu Fei still had a trump card up his sleeve. Hiding one's strength was the best way to save one's life. This way, others would not know of one's true strength, and they would be hesitant to act rashly. On Buzhou Ancestral Star, no one knew that Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon on him. Ha ha ha, I can't help but admire you. You still refuse to lower your head even in the face of death. as expected of the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor. The little old man was still laughing. Although Gu Fei was strong, his opponent was the little old man. The outcome was already decided. Could this youngster really defy the heavens? Come, let's see if you can really kill me. Gu Fei's voice rang out. He was still unyielding. Chaotic true force surged throughout his body, and he even sat down cross-legged, operating the 9 secrets of immortal Tao with all his might to resist the destructive power of thunder and lightning that came from all directions. The secret art of ascension, the secret art of ascension, and the secret art of purity were operating continuously in Gu Fei's body. Blinding lightning kept piercing his martial body, but he still did not fall. Even the little old man was moved by Gu Fei's unyielding fighting spirit. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao are indeed extraordinary. The little old man knew that if it was any other great perfection quasi-sage, he would have long destroyed both his body and soul. Only the successor of the martial ancestor's lineage could be so strong and not die yet. But this time, there would be no miracle. Haha, Gu Fei, I have to say that you are a genius. However, if a genius shows off too much, he will still die. In the distant sky, the Hellion family head was laughing heartily. It rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and slashed towards the little old man opposite him. What? The little old man felt the unparalleled ferocity and his entire body went cold. Without any hesitation, the little old man hurriedly retreated. He wanted to dodge the attack, but the unparalleled murderous blade was extremely fast. Where the blade flashed, an arm fell off. Roar! The little old man roared and rushed away. The murderous aura entered his body. The impact he received was far more severe than having an arm chopped off. It was the little old man's left arm that was chopped off from the shoulder down. Dust was falling from the wound. It was the murderous aura that was corroding the little old man's body. Within a few breaths, the little old man's left shoulder turned into dust. It was corroded by the murderous aura. Even a saint's body was crumbling. That was an immortal saint's body. To be able to injure a saint's body to such an extent, only the legendary saint's weapon was capable of doing so. How is this possible? The little old man had almost gone crazy. He had originally thought that he would be able to kill Gu Fei on the spot with just one more attack. However, he had never imagined that just as he was about to end Gu Fei's life, Gu Fei would also want to kill him with a single attack. You have a heavenly way weapon. The little old man was desperate. Even someone as strong as him could not escape death after being slashed by the peerless murderous blade. Chapter 2063. I hate you. The little old man had lived for countless years, but he never thought that he would fail miserably in such an easy task. He was plotted against by a junior. Even with the Hellion family's ancestral weapon in the domain of lightning, it was still difficult to compete with the extreme saint weapon refined by a real extreme saint. The unparalleled murderous blade broke through the domain of lightning in an instant, then chopped off one of the little old man's arms. The extremely powerful murderous aura rapidly corroded the little old man's skinny body. This was the most ferocious murderous blade in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Even a great accomplishment, Saint would be reduced to ashes after being hit by this murderous blade. Moreover, even if the little old man completely undid the seal on his body and completely recovered his saint cultivation, he was still not a great accomplishment saint. The little old man's body gradually turned into gray dust and dissipated in the void. His body and soul were both destroyed just like that. Such an ending was beyond everyone's expectations. A powerful saint who had sealed himself died just like that. All of this seemed so unreal. The people who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Although he was unwilling, although he wanted to resist the terrifying murderous aura that invaded his body, all of this was futile. Unless the little old man escaped his primordial spirit the moment before the unparalleled murderous blade chopped his arm, he might have been able to save his life. One should know that the unparalleled murderous blade was a murderous blade. This murderous blade must have killed countless living beings in order to gather such a monstrous murderous aura. To a certain extent, The murderous aura of the unparalleled murderous blade was much more terrifying than the murderous aura of the violet gold divine sword. As long as one was hit by this murderous blade, one would basically die. How is this possible? At this moment, the Hellion family head's eyes were red. He had witnessed the most powerful great ancestor of the family being killed in front of his eyes. He could not believe it. How could someone as powerful as the great ancestor die? Even his primordial spirit could not escape. This was the most thorough way to die in the world of cultivation. Gu Fei, the head of the Hellion family, looked at Gu Fei, who was holding the purple divine spear in his hand, and gnashed his teeth. He wished he could pounce on him and tear him into pieces. However, the Hellion family head wasn't an impulsive person. He was very patient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Hellion family head. The little old man died, his body turning into ashes, scattering between heaven and earth. No one could have imagined that a sage who had once dominated the ancient times would end up like this. Everyone who was watching the battle could not recover from the shock for a long time. Shwa. The Hellion family head directly crushed a teleportation talisman, and a mass of divine light instantly enveloped him. Then, he escaped into the void and disappeared. Gu Fei was a decisive killer. Even the old ancestor of the clan was not a match for him, let alone Gu Fei. If he didn't leave and waited for Gu Fei to come back to his senses, he would be the one to die. Haha, Gu Fei held the purple divine spear in his hand, feeling the powerful energy contained in it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was a great completion sacred weapon. A great completion sacred weapon was a sacred weapon refined by a great saint. This kind of sacred weapon was much stronger than ordinary sacred weapons. It was the king of sacred weapons. Gu Zhong still doesn't have a decent weapon. This purple divine spear, I'll give it to him. At this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Then, he suddenly turned around and scanned the surroundings with his cold eyes. You're lucky to escape. Gu Fei turned around and left. He had killed an old ancestor of the Hellion family. The Hellion family would definitely be shaken. This had already shaken the foundation of the Hellion family, especially when the ancestral weapon of the Hellion family was taken away by Gu Fei. The Hellion family could be said to have suffered a great loss. Moreover, in this great era, the Hellion family had suffered a great blow. It could be said that the Hellion family was really unlucky to have such a thing happen at such an important time. The few geniuses of the family would probably not be able to come out. No one dared to follow Gu Fei, not even the spies of the major powers. Because the Hellion family was a superpower in the central prefecture, the consequences of offending Gu Fei were obvious to all. The old ancestor is dead. Soon, angry roars came from the ancestral court of the Hellion family. All the experts in the ancestral court of the Hellion family who were in seclusion came out. Kill Gu Fei. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely become a big problem for the family. No matter the price, we won't stop until we kill Gu Fei. Someone roared. In the ancestral court, there were no less than 10 experts of the Hellion family. These people were the backbone of the Hellion family. At this moment, the head of the Hellion family was sitting on a high seat, looking coldly at the people below who were venting and roaring. In his opinion, even if these people attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. Could it be that we have to invite the last old ancestor? The head of the Hellion family hesitated. It should be known that this was the last old ancestor of the Hellion family who could deter everyone. If even this old ancestor wasn't a match for Gu Fei, then the Hellion family would be in danger. The deterrent power of a superpower could not be lost. Once the deterrent power of the family was lost, then this family would be targeted by other great powers. The head of the Hellion family didn't dare to take the risk. If the ancestral artifact was still there, he would still take the risk. It seems like I have to think of another way to kill Gu Fei. The head of the Hellion family had a headache, but soon, he suddenly thought of a person. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, Gu Fei had already returned to his inner world. The ominous saber once again flew into the depths of this world. Gu Zhong and the other people who were startled by the ominous saber were anxiously waiting. When they saw the saber fly back, they were extremely excited. Since the ominous saber could fly back, It meant that Gu Fei wasn't dead. "Greetings, Master." When they saw the figure coming from afar, Gu Zhong, Old Dragon, Yao Yu, and the three disciples of Gu Fei went to greet the person and saluted. This time, the ominous saber created a strange phenomenon. It crazily and autonomously devoured the spiritual energy of this world. This kind of fluctuation was too big. Even Old Dragon, who was in a deep state of cultivation, was startled. "Gu Fei, you're not dead yet?" At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Then, a woman in purple walked over. Everyone was shocked when they heard this voice. Someone actually dared to talk to Gu Fei like that. However, when they saw this person, they suddenly understood. So it was her. "Little girl Zhongli, how have you been here? Weren't you still in seclusion? Have you already come out?" Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this girl in purple. After Zhong Li Ming had been sucked into his inner world, she hadn't had a chance to come out. Chapter 2064. Gu Fei's return caused everyone to be extremely excited. The previously interrupted sacred blood tempering could once again be carried out. Boom! A large cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's hand, and a medicinal fragrance wafted out from the large cauldron. Upon smelling the medicinal fragrance, everyone's spirits were roused and the power within their bodies seemed to be on the verge of boiling. Zhong Liming and Old Jiao jumped into the cauldron without hesitation. That was the legendary divine medicine refined from sacred blood. Every drop of sacred blood was precious blood. It was comparable to the rare king of medicine. The sacred blood contained an immortal divinity. That was the most important thing. Gu Fei continued to refine everyone's bodies. The Ming clan was surprised and happy. Meng Long was so excited that his body was trembling. He knew what this meant to him. The sacred blood refinement would gradually stimulate his body's potential. This was the key to opening the divine body treasure. The path of martial arts was to break through the limits of the human body and reappear the divine body treasure. At this time, the others who had already used the sacred blood to refine their bodies had left. The 12 bandits also went back to their seclusion. Only Gu Zhong was left behind by Gu Fei. "Master." Gu Zhong wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't know why his master asked him to stay behind. What he wanted to do the most was to continue his seclusion. After the sacred blood refinement, Gu Zhong had received great benefits. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. This was a chance to break through his shackles. Gu Zhong didn't want to miss such a chance. "This is for you." Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. On the spear, there were ancient patterns intertwining. One could faintly see purple lightning flashing on it. This is an immeasurably ancient aura surged forth, causing Gu Zhong to be pleasantly surprised. Without a doubt, the divine spear in his master's hand was definitely a saint artifact. A trace of divine path aura circled around the spear. "Master, this is for me. It really is for me." Gu Zhong was incomparably excited. Right now, he was lacking a suitable weapon. This purple divine spear was truly not bad. Furthermore, it was a saint weapon. The martial body of a martial artist was incomparably powerful. Ordinary divine weapons could not withstand their power. Only a few divine weapons could be used by martial artists. Gu Zhong was an almighty at the 4th heavenly layer. An almighty-level divine weapon could barely withstand his strength, but to him, only a holy weapon was the most suitable weapon for him. Because the saint weapon was strong enough, it would not be easily destroyed. He could wield it freely without worrying that the weapon would suddenly break or be shattered by his own strength. "Take it." Gu Fei directly threw the divine spear in his hand to Gu Zhong. "Thank you, master." Gu Zhong hurriedly reached out to receive it. The moment Gu Zhong caught the purple divine spear, he felt his hand sink. The purple divine spear was unexpectedly heavy. He hurriedly tightened his grip. Even so, the purple divine spear almost fell from Gu Zhong's hand. So heavy. Gu Zhong was taken aback. He never imagined that the divine spear would be so heavy. He was aware of the strength in his hands. This was also the reason why he was shocked. "All right, you can go now." Gu Fei knew that Gu Zhong's cultivation was already at a bottleneck. After being tempered by the saint blood, Gu Zhong's cultivation finally showed signs of breaking through. To Gu Fei, his disciple's cultivation had broken through. This was definitely a good thing. He was currently lacking a disciple that could stand on his own. Although Gu Zhong's cultivation was strong, he was only a almighty at the fourth heavenly layer. In this world, there were many people stronger than him. Only when his cultivation broke through to the fifth heavenly layer and became an emperor among almighties would Gu Zhong have the strength to stand on his own. Otherwise, he would not be able to intimidate the descendants of the great clans and factions. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this weapon. Gu Zhong bowed to Gu Fei before he left. Among the martial arts techniques, there was a divine ability to fuse weapons into one's body. Gu Zhong wanted to refine this divine weapon into his body. This way, his martial body would become even stronger. At this moment, Zhongli Ming, an old flood dragon, rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Old flood dragon roared towards the sky. His voice reverberated in all directions. His chi and blood surged violently. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. Streams of dragon chi circled around his body. He was about to advance again. Master, I'm going. Old flood dragon's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. Then, old flood dragon revealed his true form. He turned into a red dragon that was 10,000 feet long and rushed towards the depths of the heavens and earth. Ever since he transformed into a dragon, old flood dragon's cultivation had not increased at all. Now, old flood dragon couldn't care less and left immediately. He wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Zhongli Ming was the same. After her physical body absorbed the essence of the saint blood, not only did it become incomparably strong, ordinary divine weapons would not be able to injure her, it also increased her cultivation by a lot. Zhongli Ming was no exception. She also wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and digest what she had comprehended. Then, in the Ming clan, with the help of Gu Fei, dozens of people successfully refined their bodies. After these dozens of people came out of the mountain and river cauldron, their chi and blood were extremely vigorous. They were more than twice as strong as before. These people all had the qualifications to embark on the path of martial arts. However, Gu Fei would not directly accept these people as his descendants. He did not have too much energy to teach these people. It was better to let Gu Zhong manage the people of the Ming clan. This would have to wait until Gu Zhong came out of seclusion to decide the fate of the people of the Ming clan. The people of the Undead clan could not use the saint blood to refine their bodies. They were a different kind of living beings, but the saint blood contained powerful life force. Not to mention using the saint blood precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron to refine the undead treasure body of the Undead clan. Even approaching the mountain and river cauldron would put these undead creatures in danger of having their souls destroyed. Gu Fei did not put away the mountain and river cauldron. The precious liquid in the mountain and river cauldron still contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. He left the mountain and river cauldron here so that the other people of the Ming clan could also enter the cauldron to refine their bodies. As for Gu Fei himself, he took a step forward and directly came to the depths of this divine land. He sat cross-legged on a large rock beside a divine spring of life. He had comprehended something from the battle with the little old man, so he had to properly meditate on it. There were still 10 years before the ancient road of the human race in the central province Immortal Abode would open. During this period of time, Gu Fei wanted to improve his cultivation and strength as much as possible. It should be known that those who could set foot on the ancient road of the human race were not simple. There would definitely be a fierce battle on the ancient road of the human race. Chapter 2065. In the Divine Land, everyone was working hard to cultivate. The mortal world was a great world, and this was a chance for them to fight for the people they followed. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his fowls and dogs rise to the heavens. As long as Gu Fei could become a saint, they would become the divine generals under the saint, possessing an incomparably revered status. The people in the Divine Land cultivated very quickly because the spiritual energy here was several times denser than the outside world. One had to know that there were several divine springs of life in the depths of the Divine Land. It was precisely because of the existence of these divine springs of life that this Divine Land could grow to its current level. This was a small world that was evolving into a real big world. Rumble, Suddenly, thunder sounded in the divine land. In a mountain range, the sky was dark and condensed into a tribulation cloud. A powerful might of heaven and earth came down from the tribulation cloud. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. The people in the divine land immediately noticed this phenomenon. Someone was talking to himself. In these years, there had been many people attracting tribulation. This was a rare sight in the outside world, but it was very common in the divine land. At this time, Gu Fei had been sitting on a boulder next to the divine spring for 5 or 6 years. He was evolving his Tao and constantly deducing it. At the same time, he was also learning from others. His aura was gradually changing. The 9 patterns became clearer, but in general, they were still blurry and would not truly appear. The process of going from complex to simple was very difficult. Even for Gu Fei, it was difficult to accomplish in one step. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort to deduce it. After the battle with the old man from the Hellion clan, Gu Fei's understanding of the Tao deepened. The old man's Tao was the lightning Tao, which was very rare. There were many things he could learn from. If he hadn't caught him off guard, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill the old man. This also proved one thing, and that was that an extreme holy weapon could kill a saint. As long as one was hit by an extreme holy weapon, even if a saint didn't die, his body would be destroyed. An extreme holy weapon was really too powerful. Even if it didn't awaken, as long as blood came out from any part of the body, the victim would be in danger of dying. What was a great killing weapon? This was a great killing weapon. Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. In his mind, he was still deducing various great Tao, using the Tao of others to verify his own Tao. In the blink of an eye, flowers bloomed and wilted. Another 3 years passed, and there was only 1 year left until the ancient road to the Immortals' Palace in the Middle Prefecture opened. Many things had happened in the Central Continent in the past 9 years, but Gu Fei had entered the inner world, so everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Roar. Just as the deadline of 10 years was about to end, a long howl suddenly rang out from the depths of the divine land one day. The howl shook the surroundings, startling the birds and beasts in the mountains and causing them to flee. It was a complete mess. Guzhong, you bastard, what are you shouting for? You're disturbing my cultivation. In the depths of the godly land, in a valley, cursing sounds could be heard. A purple-clothed girl angrily stood up from a praying mat. She was very unhappy. Master's eldest disciple is finally going to break through? In another region, in a cave, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a green Taoist robe walked out, waving a colorless feather fan in his hand. Senior brother has finally become a mighty emperor. Under a spiritual tree, a girl in yellow was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, the girl in yellow opened her eyes. This girl was Yao Yu, who had passed the immortal god tribulation. Back when she was undergoing the tribulation, Gu Fei suddenly left, and Yao Yu was the only one who had passed the tribulation. Fortunately, no one knew about the relationship between her and Gu Fei, so no one attacked her when she had just passed the tribulation. Yao Yu was fully prepared. She had a jade talisman given to her by Gu Fei. As long as she crushed the jade talisman, she would be able to teleport into the godly land. After Yao Yu returned, Gu Fei had already gone into seclusion. However, Gu Fei had left behind the mountain and river cauldron. Yao Yu's physical body had been tempered by the divine blood. In these 9 years, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, Yao Yu was already in existence at the 9th heaven of the immortal god realm. She was just one step away from breaking through to the immortal king realm and becoming a female immortal king. Rumble. At this moment, the sky changed color and the tribulation clouds rose. Pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions, shrouding the region where Guzhong was at. Although he had only broken through a small realm, the heavens' tribulation that Guzhong had triggered was still somewhat terrifying. The destructive power spread in all directions, shocking all the living beings in the godly land. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning pierced through the sky and struck downwards. The heavens' tribulation was activated. The destructive power was released to its heart's content. The sky and earth shook. On top of a mountain stood a white-robed youth. This white-robed youth's eyes were like lightning as he allowed the lightning to strike his body. Too weak. A powerful electric current wreaked havoc on his body. However, this destructive lightning didn't even tear his clothes. A powerful aura spread from his body. The snake-like electric currents were immediately dispersed by the power that erupted from the white-clothed young man's body. Gu Zhong indeed had the same spirit as his master, Gu Fei. The stronger he met, the stronger he became. Even when facing the terrifying heaven's tribulation, he didn't place it in his eyes at all. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, landing on Gu Zhong's body. He allowed the lightning to strike him as he stood there like an immortal mountain, unmoving. Too weak, Gu Zhong was still very relaxed, as though the heaven's tribulation was nothing more than a game. The duration of the heaven's tribulation wasn't long. This was only one of the 9 minor realms. According to past experience, breaking through a minor realm wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. In fact, some people wouldn't even trigger the heaven's tribulation. However, Gu Zhong was an exception. Not only did he trigger the heaven's tribulation, the might of the heaven's tribulation was comparable to the heaven's tribulation when others were breaking through. After more than 2 hours, the heaven's tribulation ended with Gu Zhong's ghostly wails and howls. The entire mountain had been shaved off by a third. A man with messy hair and a dirty face walked down from the mountain peak. His hair was standing straight up, and smoke was still coming out from his body. Too weak. The man was still mumbling to himself with a trembling voice. The first disciple of the Lord is really monstrous. The 12 bandits stopped in the sky and were shocked to see this scene. They had been watching Gu Zhong's tribulation from the beginning to the end. They realized that Gu Zhong didn't do anything to resist the heaven's tribulation. He allowed the lightning to strike for more than 2 hours. If it was any other almighty, they would have been struck to death countless times. The 10 years are up. The human race's ancient road will open in half a year. Chapter 2066. In the celestial Venerable city, where the phoenix nest used to be, an extremely powerful fluctuation suddenly spread out. The void cracked and chaotic chi overflowed. What's going on? The experts in immortal Venerable city immediately sensed the fluctuation. A few silhouettes rushed out of the city and disappeared into the horizon. Rumble. The mountain shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. They were like bolts of black lightning that spread out in all directions. In the void, there was a vague and illusory space. The space had a radius of 12 miles. There were mountains, forests, lakes, and streams inside. At this time, there were many birds and beasts running away in this illusory space. If there was a saint who sealed himself here, he would definitely be able to recognize what this void was. This was a grotto heaven that was about to appear in the human world. A grotto heaven was about to break through the barrier of heaven and earth, return from the chaos, and reappear in the human world. A white-haired old man appeared in the distant sky. He didn't come closer but just stood in the sky and watched. He obviously had some scruples. Soon, other figures appeared in the nearby area. Those who could be the first to arrive were not weak. The void was collapsing, and a world wrapped in chaotic chi was about to reappear. Above the chaotic chi, there were countless Tao patterns intertwined. Those were bright fire Tao patterns. In that grotto heaven, there was a figure sitting in the sky. His whole body was blooming with divine fire. The shadow of an immortal bird was faintly discernible in the divine fire. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. When the Iron Blood Taoist entered the Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven, he wanted to refine it into his body and turn it into his own inner world. However, refining it was easier said than done. Even though the Iron Blood Taoist was the descendant of the immortal Taoist, it took him nearly 10 years to gradually refine the Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven. Today, he finally had the ability to absorb it into his body. The Phoenix Nest Grotto Heaven would become a thing of the past. It would be refined by the Iron Blood Taoist into his body and become his inner world. With this as the foundation, the Iron Blood Taoist's foundation would become even stronger. His decision to follow Gu Fei was absolutely the right decision. Boom! The Phoenix Nest heavenly abode continued to crush the void. It was about to enter the great world and return from the primal chaos. Outside the heavenly abode, The primal chaos was vast and mighty. It was as if there were tens of thousands of primal chaos dragons dancing in the air. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was shocked, especially those from the Ziyun clan. They were completely dumbfounded. Back then, they had once attacked the Phoenix's nest and were great enemies with the Iron Blood Taoist. It's really him. Hurry up and go back and report. A member of the Ziyun clan cried out. They recognized the person in the celestial dwelling that was surrounded by chaos, and their expressions all changed. Someone quickly left. Taishui, that kid finally succeeded. There was a group of people standing in the clouds far in the distance. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in black. There was no powerful aura coming from this young man. He was just like an ordinary person. However, it was impossible for an ordinary person to stand in the void and not fall. Hearing the black-clothed youth call the Ironblood Taoist brat, the people behind the black-clothed youth couldn't help but look at each other. Only this person would dare to call their boss like that. This group of people was none other than Gu Fei, his disciple, and the 12 great bandits. Master, how do we open an inner world? Gu Zhong's eyes turned red when he saw the Ironblood Taoist absorbing the celestial dwelling into his body. With an inner world, a cultivator would have a source of spirit energy with them. With an inner world, even if they entered a region devoid of spirit energy, they wouldn't have to worry about the constant depletion of their essence. Opening an inner world. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. Although he had more than one inner world, he was unable to explain how he managed to open it. The crowd pricked up their ears as well. Opening an inner world was extremely important to every cultivator. However, Gu Fei didn't say anything. After pondering for a while, Gu Fei finally spoke. Whether or not one can open an inner world depends on one's own comprehension. Or, like the Iron Blood Taoist, one can refine the celestial dwelling into their own inner world. The crowd couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Refining a celestial dwelling into an inner world wasn't something just anyone could do. After all, those celestial dwellings all had their own masters and couldn't be refined so easily. This seemed to be the only shortcut. The inner world that one opened was very unstable and could collapse at any time. In order to truly open one's own inner world, one might need to become a sage. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion came from the front. Then, an extremely powerful wave of energy spread out. The Phoenix Nest celestial dwelling finally broke through the void and entered this part of the world. The energy fluctuations that swept out caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators even retreated into the distance. It really is the Iron Blood Taoist, someone exclaimed. He's actually refining that celestial dwelling. Countless rays of divine light rushed out of the Iron Blood Taoist's body like divine chains and entered the entire celestial dwelling. A black hole appeared where his dantian was. A heaven-devouring force surged out from the black hole and enveloped the entire celestial dwelling. The Phoenix Nest celestial dwelling shook as billions of runes flickered. The celestial dwelling gradually shrank. He's refining the celestial dwelling into his body. Everyone was extremely shocked. This Ironblood Taoist was too domineering. He actually dared to refine the celestial dwelling into his body. Wasn't he afraid that his body would explode? Rumble. Chaotic aura surged. Countless runes appeared outside the Phoenix Nest celestial dwelling. The celestial dwelling was shrinking as the power of the Great Path surged. The Ironblood Taoist's expression was extremely grave. He was giving it his all. Dazzling divine fire shone from his body. An immortal firebird appeared within the divine fire, as if it was about to break free and soar into the sky. The immortal bird mystic art had been activated to the extreme. The Ironblood Taoist's robe was drenched in sweat, as if he had just come out of water. Roar. The Ironblood Taoist roared. The 3,000 divine chains coming from his body clanked. That was the natural power of the laws of heaven and earth that he had already mastered. It was also because he had mastered the laws of heaven and earth that he could refine the celestial dwelling into his body and turn it into his own inner world. Otherwise, if he rashly refined the celestial dwelling into his body would really explode. Humph. He was waiting. He was very patient. In the Ziyun clan, this person was only second to Ziyun Xiao and his sister. He was indeed an ambitious person who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. The scariest thing about him was that he was patient and vengeful. Ziyunlong, this guy. I'll give him a surprise later. In the distant clouds, Gu Fei saw this scene, but he was not in a hurry to show himself. Many things had happened in the past 10 years. The immortal Venerable city had already changed masters. The city lord of the everlasting city had been killed by Ziyunlong. After comprehending the 9th rune, Ziyunlong's strength had greatly increased. It was him who led the Fire Clan out of the 10 tribes 3 years ago. This time, because Gu Fei and the 12 great bandits were nowhere to be found, Ziyunlong did not encounter too much resistance and arrived at the immortal Venerable city. Ziyunlong challenged the everlasting city lord to a duel. Within 10 moves, he twisted off the everlasting city lord's head, killing the expert that guarded the Central Plains immortal palace. The Ziyun clan broke through the defensive line of the Center Plains and killed their way into the land of the Center Plains. In the past 2 to 3 years, they had occupied more than half of the territory of the Center Plains. 10 years ago, in the Wildlands, the old lord of the Center Plains had already suffered a great loss in order to kill the Saint Beast in the Forbidden Area. Ziruo from the Ziyun clan and the Holy Grandmother joined hands to attack the Central State Immortal Estate and almost killed the old Palace Lord of the Central State. The commotion from that battle was too great, and it was said that many experts in the Central State Immortal Estate died. In the end, the old lord of the Center Plains had to use an ancestral artifact to scare Ziruo and the Holy Grandmother away. It was the first time in several tens of thousands of years that someone had attacked the Center Plains. Moreover, the enemy could escape unscathed. This was a resounding slap to the face of the Center Plains. The ancient road of the human was in the Center Plains. The Center Plains controlled the ancient road of the human. This made many superpowers very dissatisfied. They believed that the ancient road of the human belonged to the entire cultivation world of the human race. The Ziyun clan used this as an excuse to start a war. When the majority of the superpowers responded, the Huangjing clan of the Northern Lands formed an alliance with the Ziyun clan. The Huangjing clan killed their way out from the Northern Lands. The Golden Warriors destroyed everything in their way. They only stopped when they were less than 30,000 li away from the Center Plains. The Buzhou Demon clan also took advantage of this chaotic time to jump out. A true ancient great demon awakened from his slumber. With a wave of his arm, countless experts of the demon clan immediately submitted to him. The Buzhou Demon clan that had gradually declined began to prosper again. The eastern domain of the eastern region of the eastern region, the eastern sacred land, was unwilling to be left out. A great monk from the ancient era appeared and entered the Center Plains to deliver the masses from suffering. Now, the entire ancestral star of Buzhou was covered in the clouds of war. There was only one word to describe it: chaos. But in general, all the superpowers had their eyes on the ancient road of the human in the Center Plains. The Center Plains Immortal Mansion was in trouble because of their wealth. On the surface, the superpowers were attacking the Center Plains Immortal Mansion together. But in reality, they all had their own plans. The current Ziyunlong was already the city lord of the Celestial Venerate City. As the city lord, he had the Fire God Palace's Fire God's warrior army under his command. This was an army that could help him conquer the world. There were also experts sent by the Ziyun clan around him. These experts were experts that protected Ziyunlong in the dark. Even Ziyunlong found it difficult to detect their existence. Ever since he comprehended the 9 Taoist patterns, Ziyunlong's status became as important as the siblings of Ziyun Xiao. Because comprehending the 9 Taoist patterns meant that Ziyunlong could definitely become a saint. Of course, Ziyunlong's 9 Taoist patterns were the same as Gu Fei's 9 Taoist patterns. They were embryonic, blurry, and had not truly taken shape yet. At this time, from the direction of the Celestial Venerate City, another group of soldiers wearing fiery red battle suits rushed over. A powerful murderous aura swept over. Chapter 2068. There were only a few dozen soldiers in this group, less than 100. However, every single soldier emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Some people discovered that there was actually not a single weakling in this group of soldiers. Dozens of immortal emperor soldiers. Zhu Guiliang, who was behind Gu Fei, spoke in astonishment. Immortal emperor soldiers. This was a group of powerful immortal emperors. When these immortal emperors gathered together and formed a battle formation, they could definitely fight against a supreme expert. The 10 tribes of the Ziyun clan were not to be trifled with. The Fire God Palace was the strongest among the 10 tribes. Dozens of immortal emperor soldiers formed a battle formation. Even a mighty expert would not dare to go against them. Guard the 4 sides. Don't let anyone come in. Ziyunlong directly ordered the dozens of Fire God warriors. Yes, sir. The dozens of Fire God warrior soldiers immediately dispersed. Each of them held a raging flame flag in their hands and formed a battle formation, sealing Iron Blood Taoist and the Phoenix Nest Cave. The onlookers were shocked. Ziyunlong was truly arrogant. He actually dared to attack Iron Blood Taoist. Wasn't he afraid that Gu Fei would come back to settle the score with him? It wasn't a secret that Iron Blood Taoist was following Gu Fei. Damn, I'll kill you first. Iron Blood Taoist's face changed. Ziyunlong was truly vicious. He had sealed all his escape routes. It would be hard for him to escape even if he wanted to. The battle formation formed by dozens of immortal emperor soldiers had sealed a part of the void. Even the greater teleportation talisman had lost its effect. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out from Iron Blood Taoist's body. 19 divine chains of law rushed out from his body, piercing through the void, reaching out from the Phoenix Nest Paradise and lunging at Ziyunlong. That was the power of the laws of the Phoenix Nest Paradise. It had the power of a true saint. As long as one was entangled by one of the divine chains, not to mention Ziyunlong who had comprehended the 9 Tao patterns, even a saint who had sealed himself would die. His body and soul would be destroyed. Swoosh! Ziyunlong soared into the sky from the chariot and dodged the 19 divine chains of laws. Then, he quickly retreated and hid far away. He knew that he was no match for Steel Blood Taoist. He had to wait for Steel Blood Taoist to be at his weakest before dealing with him. Boom! With a loud bang, Ziyunlong's chariot was swept by the 19 chains of laws and immediately exploded. The powerful force turned it into dust and dissipated into the void. Preposterous! The Iron Blood Taoist attack missed, so he stopped attacking. Now that it was a critical moment, he could not spare any strength to kill Ziyunlong. Rumble. In the Phoenix Nest Grotto heaven, a dreadful energy wave that could even change the color of the sky spread out. The divine chains on Iron Blood Taoist's body shone with dazzling divine light. The heavenly abode was shrinking rapidly. Seeing this, Ziyunlong sneered from afar. Soon, the Iron Blood Taoist's time of death is almost here. Taoist, you will still die in my hands in the end. Ziyunlong became somewhat excited. His eyes emitted a wild light, like an ancient beast staring at its prey. At this time, many experts from the immortal sovereign city arrived. When they saw that Ziyunlong wanted to attack the Iron Blood Taoist, they couldn't help but be shocked. Among these people, there were descendants of the Ziyun clan. They did not want to offend Gu Fei. After all, he was definitely a genius assassin. In reality, the enmity between Gu Fei and the Ziyun clan had not reached an irreconcilable point. However, if Ziyunlong killed the Iron Blood Taoist, things would be different. Once Gu Fei went crazy, the consequences would be dire. One must know that the Hellion family had suffered a great loss. 2 of their old ancestors had successively died in Gu Fei's hands. This was also the reason why the Hellion family's resistance was so weak. Even the ancestral weapon of the Hellion clan was stolen by Gu Fei. Brother Long, what you're doing isn't very good. A descendant of the Ziyun clan came to Ziyunlong's side and said, "What?" Ziyunlong suddenly turned around and glared at the descendant. His eyes flashed with a cold, murderous light. Someone actually dared to question him now. Brother Long this. The descendant was a little afraid. He knew very well that the current Ziyunlong was no longer the Ziyunlong of the past. The current Ziyunlong was in the limelight and had the upper hand in the clan. Shut your dog mouth and scram. Ziyunlong pointed at the descendant and shouted. The descendant showed a hint of anger on his face, but he did not say anything in the end. He turned around and left. This Zi Yunlong is too arrogant. The other descendants of the Ziyun clan conversed. Humph, arrogant and domineering. With his personality, it's hard to convince others. He definitely won't have a good ending. The descendants of the Ziyun clan conversed. This guy still wants to replace Ziyun Xiao and his sister? Keep dreaming. A descendant of the Ziyun clan said hatefully. Of course, they did not dare to say these things out loud. They could only converse privately through telepathy. Otherwise, if Zi Yunlong heard them, they would definitely suffer. Zi Yunlong's arrogant and prideful personality was gradually revealed as his cultivation increased. At this moment, the paradise had already shrunk to a radius of a few hundred meters. The Iron-Blood Taoist had already used up most of his spiritual energy and used up more than half of it. There was only one last step left. Devour. He let out a furious roar, and the black hole in his dantian suddenly expanded, enveloping a part of the world and swallowing the mountain-like grotto heaven in an instant. Die. Just as the Steel-Blood Taoist was about to devour the grotto heaven, Zi Yunlong moved. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Steel-Blood Taoist. He then extended his hand and slammed it down on the Steel-Blood Taoist's head. Within his palm, terrifying waves of God's power pulsed. If this palm hit, even a mountain would be turned to dust. The Iron-Blood Taoist paled. He knew that this moment had finally come. Zi Yunlong really did not want to let him go and wanted to destroy his soul. At this moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist cultivation was useless because he had used up more than half of his spiritual energy. He could only watch as his opponent's palm slammed down on him, unable to do anything. Die. Chapter 2069. Boom. Zi Yunlong used his ultimate technique and slammed his palm down on the Iron-Blood Taoist's head. Within his palm, purple light pulsed and Tao runes appeared. This was the power of the 9 Tao runes. If the Iron-Blood Taoist was hit by this, he would not survive even if he had 10 lives. However, just as Zi Yunlong was in a state of ecstasy, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed Zi Yunlong's palm. What? Zi Yunlong's shock was no small matter. A burst of anger erupted from his chest. Who dared to save the person he wanted to kill? Go to hell. Zi Yunlong did not even look. His left hand reached out to the right. Divine light rushed out from each of his fingers. The extremely sharp divine light pierced through the void between heaven and earth. Since they dared to stop him from killing the Iron-Blood Taoist, then they should be prepared to be killed. Zi Yunlong was merciless. Even the disciples of the Ziyun clan were killed. Oomph! A cold snort came from the side. Then, another hand reached out and shattered the divine light on Zi Yunlong's left hand. The hand then grabbed Zi Yunlong's 5 fingers. Only then did Zi Yunlong realize that the person who had stopped him had a frighteningly high cultivation. Both of his palms had been grabbed by the other party. He wanted to pull his palms back, but the other party's strength was so strong that he couldn't pull his palms back no matter how hard he tried. It's you? When Zi Yunlong saw the person grabbing his hands, his eyes instantly widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked to the extreme. What? You want to kill me? That person looked at Zi Yunlong with a smile on his face. Zi Yunlong was both shocked and angry. He did not think that it was this person. This guy had disappeared for almost 10 years. Why did he jump out again? Roar! Zi Yunlong attacked with all his strength. 9 blurry Tao runes rushed out from his hands. The strong power of the Great Path exploded and shook off the opponent's hands. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This Zi Yunlong was not simple. He had also learned 9 Tao runes, and his mastery of them was not low either. Zi Yunlong instantly retreated thousands of feet away. Gu Fei, you've come at the right time. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you for revenge, but you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. This couldn't be any better. Zi Yunlong's expression was somewhat crazed and hysterical. This was because Gu Fei was his greatest enemy. Since his debut, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Gu Fei. Even if you have comprehended 9 Tao patterns, you are still not my match. Gu Fei looked at Zi Yunlong calmly. Although Zi Yunlong was strong, how could he be Gu Fei's opponent? It was not a lie to say that a warrior was invincible within the same rank. Shameless boasting. I'll teach you a lesson today. As Zi Yunlong spoke, he charged straight at Gu Fei. 9 blurry Dao patterns appeared on his body. Although these 9 blurry Dao patterns were only the embryonic form of 9 Dao patterns, they could still draw upon the power of the Great Path. Boom! The power of the Great Path erupted from Zi Yunlong's body like a volcano. The space around him immediately became unstable. Transparent ripples spread from his body. Die! Zi Yunlong extended his hand. His right hand turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. In an instant, it enveloped all directions, trapping Gu Fei underneath. At the same time, it sealed off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Master. Seeing this scene, the Iron Blood Taoist, who had just escaped from death, was shocked again. A blurry Dao pattern appeared on the palm of the giant hand. There seemed to be a heaven and earth revolving there, emitting a terrifying power of destruction. Insignificant skill. Gu Fei did not even look at it. He directly punched upwards. On his fist, there were also Dao patterns appearing. Boom! With a loud sound, it was as if the heavens and earth had collapsed. The deafening sound caused everyone's ears to ring, causing the spectators' expressions to change. How is this possible? Zi Yunlong shouted. He could not believe it and could not accept this reality. There was a large hole in his hand, and the Dao pattern on his palm had been scattered by his opponent's punch. He retracted his right hand. In his palm, there was a small hole that was seeping blood. I said, "You are no match for me." Gu Fei was still calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Zi Yunlong was truly shocked. The Dao patterns that he had comprehended were actually scattered by his opponent. Those were Dao patterns that had been condensed from the power of the Great Path. I don't believe it. I will trample you under my feet. Zi Yunlong's eyes became crazed. The 9 Dao patterns on his body appeared again. The Dao pattern that had been scattered by Gu Fei's punch also condensed again. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Zi Yunlong's body swayed, and he actually transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed creature. Each of his 6 arms held a god's weapon, and each of his 3 heads was different. The middle head had a god's eye in the center of his brows. As for the other 2 heads, one of them had 2 silver horns, and the other had a huge mouth. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This guy actually cultivated such a technique. Could it be the legendary Fiend God transformation technique? The ancient Fiend Gods were extremely powerful. When humans cultivated the Fiend God transformation technique to a high level, they could transform into a Fiend God. Could it be that Zi Yunlong had obtained the inheritance of the Fiend God transformation technique? The Ziyun clan was founded by a sovereign, yet Zi Yunlong did not cultivate the supreme godly arts of the Ziyun clan. Instead, he cultivated the Fiend God transformation technique. Haha, Gu Fei die. Zi Yunlong transformed into the Fiend God transformation technique and charged at Gu Fei with the 6 gods' weapons in his hands. The swords, spears, swords, and halberds danced together. It was truly a dazzling sight, and the giant hammer in the middle was even more astonishing. As it danced, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the air. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. Seeing Zi Yunlong charge at him, Gu Fei could not help but be somewhat stunned. One must know that he was the ancestor of close combat. As long as he got close, even a sealed saint would have to take 2 punches from him. Swish. Gu Fei moved. His speed was extremely fast, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. He had already arrived in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed Zi Yunlong. Bang! A fist smashed viciously into Zi Yunlong's abdomen, sending him flying tens of thousands of meters away. He crashed into the force field of the formation formed by dozens of fire god warriors, causing the entire formation to tremble. After Zi Yunlong steadied himself, he looked down and saw that there was a fist mark on his abdomen. This fist mark had sunk deep into his body, and the bones where it was hit had already been shattered. And Gu Fei was very surprised. This fellow had taken a direct hit from him, but his fleshly body did not explode. It seemed that this fellow's godly demon body was somewhat useful. At the very least, this godly demon body's physique was very strong. Kill. Zi Yunlong's fiend god body was very strong. With just a thought, the fist mark on his abdomen disappeared. He then roared and once again charged at Gu Fei. Eat my divine dragon tail whip. Gu Fei spun around, his right leg sweeping towards Zi Yunlong's head like a dragon's tail. The powerful force caused the air to explode. Roar. Zi Yunlong roared. His 6 arms swung the god's weapons at the same time, smashing towards Gu Fei's right leg. The powerful force shattered the air. Boom. The 6 god's weapons in Zi Yunlong's hands directly smashed onto Gu Fei's right leg. The powerful force blocked Gu Fei's right leg, but Zi Yunlong's entire body was filled with boundless energy. He had already used all his strength. Only with the full force of his 6 arms could he block Gu Fei's attack. This caused Zi Yunlong to be incomparably shocked. His opponent's strength was too strong. Fiend God transformation technique is indeed powerful. Gu Fei smiled and retracted his right leg. Shua. Zi Yunlong was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, retreating far away. Kill him for me. He directly ordered the fire god combat soldiers that formed the formation. Tens of fire god flags immediately waved, and endless divine flames rushed out from the flags, enveloping the entire space. Humph. If it's the Golden Fire Golden Crow formation, I might have some scruples, but this formation, I think you'd better not embarrass yourself. Gu Fei glanced at the tens of fire god flags and shook his head. This grand formation was far inferior to the Golden Fire Golden Crow formation. Kill. Zi Yunlong couldn't care less. He once again ordered the fire god combat soldiers. Those were tens of incomparably powerful immortal emperors. If it was in the past, any immortal emperor would be able to dominate a region. Rumble. The void that was enveloped by the divine flames began to tremble. Under the burning of the divine flames, the void was silently annihilated. The destructive force surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. Iron Blood Taoist was also trapped by the divine flames. At this moment, Iron Blood Taoist was at his weakest. His body was almost hollowed out. If he was burned by the divine flames, he would surely die. Haha, Gu Fei burst into laughter. He operated the returning truth secret art. The monstrous flames were annihilated, turning into specks of spiritual light. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the spiritual light went into Iron Blood Taoist's body. Within 100 zhang of Gu Fei's body, no matter how violent the divine flames were, they couldn't take a single step forward. All of them were turned into the most primitive spiritual qi, guided by Gu Fei into Iron Blood Taoist's body. After receiving the replenishment of the spiritual qi, Iron Blood Taoist felt that the Yuan qi in his body began to recover gradually. What? How is this possible? Very quickly, Zi Yunlong felt that something was wrong. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei was actually using the power of the Grand Formation to restore Iron Blood Taoist's Yuan qi. Let's go. Zi Yunlong was terrified. 10 years later, Gu Fei was even scarier, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Decisively, he crushed a jade talisman and teleported away. This guy. Chapter 2070. Zi Yunlong had actually slipped away. This made Gu Fei somewhat speechless. This bastard was really alert. As soon as he saw the situation wasn't right, he immediately slipped away. He was even more slippery than a loach. Bam! Gu Fei didn't want to play with these fire god combat soldiers anymore. He raised his hand, and a wave of energy spread out from his palm. The monstrous divine fire quickly dissipated like snow under the sun. Dozens of immortal Emperor Fire God combat soldiers spurted out blood and were sent flying away. Gu Fei extended his hand, and the dozens of blazing flags fell into his hand. He opened his mouth, and a ray of sword light flew out. The sword light circled around the dozens of flags, and they were immediately cut into two. Master, it's a pity to destroy them. At this time, Gu Zhong and the others had already arrived. Seeing Gu Fei destroy the dozens of fire flags, Gu Zhong couldn't help feeling heartache. One should know that although the leg of a mosquito was small, it was still flesh. Although the dozens of fire flags weren't saint tools and couldn't even be compared to the magic treasures refined by great perfection quasi-saint, they were still magic treasures. These array flags aren't very useful. You guys don't understand the grand formation of Fire God Palace. Even if you get these array flags, you won't be able to exert the true power of the array flags. Gu Fei said. Everyone thought for a moment and couldn't help but nod. The things of Fire God Palace were only suitable for the Fire God combat soldiers of Fire God Palace. Outsiders wouldn't be able to use them. One should know that every sect and every major power had their own unique cultivation method. This Gu Fei really lives up to his reputation. Seeing that Gu Fei broke the grand formation formed by dozens of immortal emperors with just a raise of his hand, everyone who saw this scene from afar was dumbfounded and shocked. No wonder even Hellion family couldn't do anything to him. Someone exclaimed. The power of Gu Fei was obvious to all. After breaking the grand formation, Gu Fei didn't kill the dozens of immortal emperors, but let them leave. At his level, it wasn't worth it to attack an immortal emperor. It's time to train. I'm going to take down Immortal Venerable City. After saying that, Gu Fei brought Gu Zhong and the others towards the Immortal Venerable City. He wanted to give the Ziyun clan a surprise. Ziyun long wanted to kill his people. How could he not do something about it? Very soon, the Immortal Venerable City was right in front of them. The ancient city was still as majestic as before, but the owner of the ancient city had changed to Ziyun Long. Ziyun Long was very strong, and he could transform into the god-fiend physique. With such battle prowess, it was no wonder that the limitless city lord was not his opponent. Gu Fei didn't care about the everlasting city leader's life or death. They stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the immortal reverent city and set up camp there. After that, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and released the thousands of soldiers under the command of the 12 bandits. Over 1,000 soldiers of the Meng family also walked out of his inner world. Very soon, a camp was set up in the valley and people could be seen walking around. The people of the 12 bandits and the Ming family made up a total of 5,000 people. This was Gu Fei's team. 5,000 soldiers, all of whom had their bodies refined by the divine blood. Of course, after Gu Zhong, the 12 bandits, and the other experts had absorbed the spirituality of the liquid in the cauldron of mountain and river. The spirituality of the liquid had dropped to a level that ordinary cultivators could bear. After the tempering, the bodies of the 5,000 fighters were as tough as divine weapons. The arrival of Gu Fei shocked the fire god soldiers in the immortal Venerable City. At this moment, in the immortal Venerable City, Supreme Flame was sitting high up in the palace of the city lord. On both sides of Supreme Flame sat the generals of the Fire God Palace. Your Honor, Gu Fei is coming at us ferociously. Should we avoid him first? A middle-aged general looked at Supreme Flame, who was seated on the throne, as he spoke. What? You dark-faced god. You want to retreat without a fight? Someone was unhappy. The middle-aged general heard, and his face turned even darker. White-skinned pig, what did you say? This black-faced general had a fiery temper. He abruptly stood up from his seat and stared at the fair-skinned general opposite him with a sharp glint in his eyes. Who are you calling a white-skinned pig? The general had a bad temper as well. I am talking about you, the dark-faced general said loudly. You! The general wanted to scold him. All right, all of you, sit down. What a scandal! Supreme Flame, who was sitting on the throne, saw the two generals under him quarreling. He could not help but get angry, and his face turned gloomy. My lord, the dark-faced general wanted to say something but was interrupted by Supreme Flame. All right, to fight or to retreat, I know what to do. Supreme Flame glanced at the dark-faced general and said, Yes. The dark-faced general cupped his hands and bowed to Supreme Flame before sitting down. Supreme Flame did not look too good. He did not want to anger Supreme Flame because it would not do him any good. Gu Fei, oh Gu Fei, you've disappeared for 10 years. Why have you popped out again? Supreme Flame felt a headache coming on. Ziyun Long was scared by Gu Fei and did not even dare to return to Celestial Venerable City. How embarrassing. The Ziyun clan had produced such an oddball. He did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. Just as Supreme Flame was having a headache, the news of Gu Fei's appearance had already spread. Very soon, the upper echelons of the Ziyun clan were alerted. Ziyun Xiao and his sister were alerted as well. Great, Gu Fei, you've finally appeared. In the ancestral court of the Hellion family, the patriarch of the Hellion family suddenly stood up from his seat when he heard the report from his subordinates. A chilly killing intent immediately spread from his body, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to drop rapidly. How terrifying! The emissary beside the Hellion family head felt a wave of cold air assaulting his body. He could not help but shiver. Yes, it's time to invite that person. The patriarch of the Hellion clan then left the ancestral court of the Hellion clan. No one knew where he went. At this moment, the 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei's command were ready. The 12 bandits had also put on their battle robes. Gu Zhong also held the Thunder God Spear and followed behind Gu Fei. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei led the 5,000 soldiers towards the celestial Venerable city. He personally led the way and broke through several great formations. Like a hot knife through butter, he killed his way to the celestial Venerable city. Gu Fei, with me here, you can't be arrogant. A loud shout was heard from the top of the city. On the top of the city stood an old general. This old general was one of the 3 venerables of the Fire God Palace, Supreme Flame. Old man Supreme Flame, I can't believe you're still alive. You're really lucky. Gu Fei was surprised to see the old general. 10 years ago, Supreme Flame was hit by him. It was not that easy to recover from that attack. However, 10 years later, Supreme Flame seemed to have completely recovered. You little brat, you still want to kill me? Haha. Chapter 2071. Old Man Supreme Flame, come out and surrender if you don't want to die. Gu Fei shouted at Supreme Flame on top of the city wall. Gu Fei brat, you don't have what it takes to make me surrender. If you want to fight, let's fight. Supreme Flame said in disdain. When he was invincible, Gu Fei was still sucking on his mother's milk. How dare you ask me to surrender? Dream on. Then there's no other way. Let's fight. Gu Fei said and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city gate. He then punched the gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the tall city gate was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. More than a dozen Fire God's warriors behind the city gate were unlucky. They were directly knocked away by the heavy city gate, and some of them were directly smashed to death. Attack! The 5,000 warriors shouted in unison and rushed towards the gate. The killing intent of these 5,000 warriors was enough to change the color of the heavens and earth. They were like an unstoppable flood, rushing into the immortal Venerable city. Attack! Similarly, killing intent soared to the sky. Countless Fire God warriors rushed out from the immortal Venerable city under the leadership of their divine generals. In an instant, they clashed with the 5,000 warriors. The fleshly bodies of Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers were extremely tough. The divine weapons in the hands of the opposing soldiers could only leave faint marks on their bodies. They couldn't even break through their flesh. What? Very quickly, the Fire God warriors in red started panicking. They couldn't kill their opponents at all. Their own people were falling one after another. The 5,000 soldiers were like a dagger, fiercely stabbing into countless Fire God warrior soldiers. Nothing could stop this torrent. Wherever they passed, Fire God warrior soldiers would fall one after another. They couldn't kill their opponents, but they could. This was a one-sided battle. Very quickly, the Fire God warriors were shocked and terrified. No one knew who was the first to run away. In less than an hour, the Fire God warriors began to flee in all directions. Facing an unkillable enemy, they could only run. It's true that whatever city lord you have, you'll get whatever warrior you have. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. The Fire God warriors were defeated. Their numbers were several times that of Gu Fei's 5,000, but they were quickly routed. There's only a Supreme Flame who dies in battle. There's never a Supreme Flame who surrenders. Gu Fei, come on, let's have a good fight. At this moment, Supreme Flame, who was on top of the city wall, knew that the situation was hopeless. The troop of warriors that Gu Fei had brought with him was truly powerful. Perhaps only the warriors of the Ziyun clan could fight against them. The Fire God Palace was only an external force of the Ziyun clan. The core force of the Ziyun clan was a group of soldiers trained by the clan themselves. All right, as you wish. Gu Fei leaped into the air and flew to the top of the city wall. Kill. Supreme Flame made his move right away. 81 fiery flags rushed out of his body and turned into a peerless killing formation, trapping Gu Fei within it in an instant. This was the true blazing Golden Crow Grand Formation. This Grand Formation controlled by Supreme Flame was incomparable to the Grand Formation formed by dozens of immortal Emperor warriors. The boundless divine fire had turned the void that was enveloped by the formation flags into a sea of fire. Gu Fei was like a lone boat in the sea of fire, floating and sinking in the sea of fire. Caw. A bird's cry was heard. On the 81 golden crow flags, shadows of golden crows could be vaguely seen. Very soon, 81 golden crows broke free from the flags and flew in the sea of fire. The terrifying divine fire burned the void of the heavens and earth into oblivion. Go. Supreme Flame operated the formation. The 81 shadows of the golden crows rushed towards Gu Fei at the same time. The terrifying heat made Gu Fei feel as if all the water in his body was being evaporated. Return to truth. Gu Fei immediately used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Return to Truth secret art. When the boundless divine fire approached him, it was all extinguished and turned into the most primitive spiritual qi. What? Supreme Flame was shocked. This Gu Fei was actually able to refine the power of the Grand Formation. How is this possible? One should know that when the power of the Golden Crow Grand Formation was fully activated, it was equivalent to the attack of a saint. 1 qi turning 3 pure ones kill? With a thought, the power of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao surged out from Gu Fei's body. His figure turned blurry for a moment, and then he turned into 3 people. Boom. The 3 Gu Fei used the Chaos Fist. The entire Golden Crow Grand Formation was shaken by the powerful force. The boundless divine fire was extinguished, and the 81 flags shook violently. How did this guy cultivate? His cultivation is even higher than it was 10 years ago. Supreme Flame was taken aback. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was way too heaven-defying. This was definitely not a good thing for him. He had heard that this fella had even killed the old master of the Hellion family. As one of the higher-ups of the Fire God Palace, Supreme Flame naturally knew many things that others did not. The ancestor of the Hellion clan was a saint who sealed himself. This was not a secret at all among the super forces. Just when Gu Fei was showing his prowess, the celestial honor city below was already filled with blood. Countless fire god warriors were killed, and even the fire god warriors were wiped out by the 12 bandits. In less than an hour, the 5,000 warriors under Gu Fei had taken over half of the celestial honor city. Gu Fei is attacking the celestial honor city. Very soon, the news of the celestial honor city spread to the higher-ups of the Ziyun clan. Why did Gu Fei attack the celestial honor city? An old voice came from the ancestral ground of the Ziyun clan. It was an elder of the Ziyun clan who asked. This, the leader of the Ziyun clan hesitated. This was not something to be proud of. Speak. An elder was getting impatient. Yes, as far as I know, it's Zi Yunlong's fault. He wanted to kill one of Gu Fei's right-hand men. This must be the reason why Gu Fei was offended. The leader of the Ziyun clan said, It's Zi Yunlong again. An elder was unhappy. Zi Yunlong was a troublemaker. 10 years ago, he had a bad start and returned in low spirits. Now, he had offended the god of death, Gu Fei. The terror of this god of death was widely acknowledged. Otherwise, the old man of the Hellion clan would not have died in the hands of Gu Fei. This man had the ability to kill saints. Even a saint who had sealed himself would not want to offend the god of death, Gu Fei. However, Zi Yunlong had taken the initiative to provoke him. Then what should we do now? The leader of the Ziyun clan asked. Although he was the leader, the elders of the clan still had to decide the important matters of the clan. It's just a city. Tell our people to retreat. After a while, the elder of the ancestral court of the Ziyun clan said, Yes. The leader of the Ziyun clan nodded. He then left the ancestral court and gave the order to the palace lord of the Fire God Palace. Chapter 2072. Kill. Supreme Flame had cast a secret art that allowed him to fuse with the Grand Formation, which allowed him to display astonishing combat power. Such a method of increasing one's combat power was not Supreme Flame's unique skill. Erebus, who was on the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, also knew such a method. One should know that Haetion was a formation master. Although Supreme Flame had lived for countless years, he was still no match for Haetion in terms of the cultivation of formation. Boom. Bang. Violent sounds of collisions resounded unceasingly. Powerful forces tore the void of the heaven and earth again and again. The two experts fought from the top of the city to the sky, then from the sky to the mountains outside the immortal Venerable city. Wherever the two of them went, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. It was extremely terrifying. When the order of the Patriarch of Ziyun clan reached the celestial Venerate city, the 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei, led by the 12 bandits and Gu Zhong, had basically occupied the entire ancient city. The defeated fire god warriors began to retreat. Gu Zhong and the others did not chase after them, allowing them to retreat. There were 30,000 fire gods warriors stationed in the celestial Venerate city, but they were no match for Gu Fei's warriors, who only numbered 5,000. Only less than 10,000 fire god warriors managed to escape from the celestial Venerate city. This result shocked the messenger of the Ziyun clan to the extreme. In just a little over 2 hours, the 30,000 Vulcan warriors had been defeated like a collapsing mountain. Moreover, there were only 5,000 of them. It was hard to accept such an outcome. The Fire God Palace could not accept it, let alone the Ziyun clan. The Fire God Palace had lost more than 20,000 fire god warriors, which was a great blow to their strength. Most importantly, the celestial Venerate city was located at the throat of the southern region to the central plains. Gu Fei had occupied the celestial Venerate city, cutting off the shortcut to the central plains from the southern region. In this way, the people of Ziyun clan would have to take a detour to enter the central plains, which would waste a lot of time. When the fire god warriors retreated, the battle between Gu Fei and Supreme Flame had reached its climax. Both of them displayed their strongest combat strength. Boom! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. The power of his fist was shocking. With one punch, even Supreme Flame, who had guided the power of the formation into his body, was sent flying. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. What he cultivated was an invincible fist intent. His fist energy was firm and unyielding. Especially after sitting beside the divine spring of life for 10 years, his understanding of the great Tao had deepened. The next step after a great completion quasi-sage would be the Sage Realm. However, Gu Fei knew that it would be extremely difficult to break through the shackles of the heavens and earth and become a sage. This was because not only did the heavenly Tao have to be challenged, but more importantly, there seemed to be some unbelievably powerful force in the world that was preventing the saints from reappearing in the world. Gu Fei hadn't missed the battle between the old prefecture master of the central prefecture and the holy beast in the wild little world. When the holy beast was completely unsealed, Gu Fei had clearly seen the tragic fate of the holy beast. After unsealing and regaining the power of the sage realm, one would die. This was also the reason why those sages sealed themselves. This was definitely a great secret of the heavens and earth. The more Gu Fei understood, the more shocked he was. Even if he could pass the sage tribulation, he would most likely die under that great power. If that was the case, wouldn't becoming a sage be courting death? So many cultivators in the world were fighting for the goal of seeking death. This was too ironic. The purpose of cultivation was to live forever. Who would be willing to seek death? Gu Fei felt that he had already touched that level. However, he didn't dare to do so. Once he broke through the shackles, the consequences would be unpredictable. He might even die. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to try even though he had already touched it. Roar! Supreme Flame roared in anger. The 81 flags danced around him. Endless fire elemental energy was drawn out by him. It was as terrifying as a fire saint appearing in the world. Very well. Seeing that Supreme Flame was going all out, Gu Fei's battle blood began to boil. This Supreme Flame was definitely a rare opponent. An opponent like this was worthy of Gu Fei's respect. Boom! Supreme Flame fiercely confronted Gu Fei's attack. The fist that was surrounded by divine fire crashed into the fist that was surging with chaotic chi. A loud bang erupted, as if a volcano had suddenly erupted. A powerful force spread out, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The bones in Supreme Flame's hand were broken. Gu Fei's fist was harder and stronger than Supreme Flame's. In such a head-on confrontation, Supreme Flame couldn't gain any advantage. However, at Supreme Flame's level of cultivation, the injuries on his body healed very quickly. However, this was no ordinary injury. Supreme Flame's fist was bleeding. The blood essence within a cultivator's body could not be casually lost. That was especially true for cultivators with high cultivation bases. Even if their fleshly bodies were injured, very little blood would flow out from the wounds. That was because the fleshly body would automatically bind the blood essence within the body. The power of the Great Path. Supreme Flame was shocked. The opponent could actually use the power of Tao to injure others. No wonder Zi Yunlong didn't even dare to return to Celestial Venerable City. This Gu Fei had also realized 9 Tao patterns. Moreover, Gu Fei's attainment in the 9 Tao patterns was higher than Zi Yunlong's. Zi Yunlong knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Fei, so he chose to escape. Zi Yunlong is indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. Knowing that he couldn't win, he chose to escape. Once he was confident that he could defeat Gu Fei, he would definitely be the first to jump out and find Gu Fei. As for Zi Yunlong, Supreme Flame knew him better. This guy was very vengeful. Bang! Gu Fei threw a series of punches, each one faster than the one before. The moment he injured Supreme Flame's fist, his other fist had already landed on Supreme Flame's chest. The powerful force shattered Supreme Flame's sternum in an instant, sending him flying. So strong. Supreme Flame knew that he might fall here today. His opponent's combat power was much stronger than 10 years ago, while his cultivation was stagnant. If he was to borrow the power of the array, he would have been killed countless times. Even with the help of the array, he was still not a match for a Mo Wuji. The new generation really surpassed the old. Supreme Flame had no choice but to acknowledge his old age. These juniors were too amazing. Even Zi Yunlong was stronger than him, let alone Zi Yunlong, who fled the moment he saw Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei suppressed Supreme Flame and killed him in the mountain. The blood of a great completion quasi-sage dyed the area red. Supreme Flame is dead. At the moment when Gu Fei killed Supreme Flame, in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Fire God Palace, in a pavilion, a jade token that had been placed for countless years suddenly shattered. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Fire God Palace, 2 powerful auras suddenly erupted. Chapter 2073. Supreme Flame's death shook the Fire God Palace. The Palace Lord roared. Supreme Flame was his capable general, and he had been following him since ancient times. Supreme Flame's death almost made the Palace Lord go berserk. However, Gu Fei's strength made the Palace Lord not dare to act rashly. After all, they were only an external force of the Ziyun clan. The founder of the Fire God Palace was a general under the command of the Ziyun sovereign. Before the Ziyun clan gave the order, the Fire God Palace couldn't even look for Gu Fei. Disobeying the order was a rebellious act. Gu Fei, I want you dead. In the ancestral grounds of the Fire God Palace, the Palace Lord roared. The Palace Master of Fire God Palace was not the only one who wanted Gu Fei dead. The figure of the Hellion family master appeared in a desolate region filled with death chi. This was the Avicii Purgatory, a place where cultivators of the Central Plains turned pale. The Avicii Purgatory was a terrifying place. However, this place was connected to the outside world. Even ordinary cultivators could enter at will. However, it was easy to enter, but difficult to come out. In the Avicii Purgatory, there were terrifying demons and ancient corpses. These were all powerful beings. Any one of them could cause a stir in the world of cultivators. As powerful as the Hellion clan lord was, he had to be cautious after entering the Avicii Purgatory. After all, no one knew when the demons in the Avicii Purgatory would suddenly jump out. The Hellion clan lord went deep into the Avicii Purgatory and came to the side of a huge volcano. The strong heat made him sweat profusely. Inside the volcano was tumbling magma. This wasn't ordinary magma, but a type of magma from the core of the earth. This type of magma would never cool down and would always maintain a blazing state, releasing powerful fire elemental energy. Someone had entered the core of the earth and found this type of magma, bringing it into the Avicii purgatory. Fire god, come out and meet an old friend. The Hellion clan lord transmitted his voice into the volcano. Humph! Just as the Hellion clan lord transmitted his voice, a cold snort came from the volcano. Hellion brat, did you come all the way here to ask me to fulfill that promise? The old voice resounded, rippling within the volcano. That's right, I want to kill someone. Patriarch Hellion nodded and said, a person died? Haha, I didn't hear wrongly, did I? You want to kill a person, and you're asking me for help? The person in the volcano laughed heartily. In his opinion, if someone as strong as the Hellion family patriarch wanted to kill someone, wouldn't it be very easy? One must know that the Hellion clan had 3 old ancestors holding down the fort. With those 3 old ancestors around, the Hellion clan would definitely be able to contend against the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. Humph, could it be that you want to kill the Central Prefecture's old mansion master? The man in the crater said. The Hellion clan master couldn't help but wryly smile. Why would I want to kill that old man? Although he is powerful, he isn't necessarily a match for my clan's ancestor. All right, tell me, who do you want to kill? You little brat, I shouldn't have made that promise to you back then. This matter has already become a sore point in my heart. The sooner it's resolved, the better. The man in the crater said impatiently. That person is called Gu Fei, the successor of the martial ancestors' bloodline. If you kill him, you and I will be strangers. The Hellion clan master knew that he only had one chance to invite the god of fire. Of course, this god of fire wasn't the legendary ancient god of fire. This was an expert with the title of god of fire. Only this guy dared to enter the earth's core, retrieve the magma, and enter the endless purgatory to cultivate in seclusion for close to 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, this god of fire had never left the endless purgatory. Even the Hellion clan master wasn't clear about his cultivation and battle prowess. The person you want to kill is actually the successor of the martial ancestors' bloodline. Interesting. The ancient voice rang out once more. Then, a person emerged from the surging magma. It was an old man whose entire body was enveloped in near-transparent divine flames. The old man wore a fiery red robe. He was thin and small, and his head was bald. He was a bald old man. However, the old man's eyes flickered with flames from time to time. It was a pair of golden fiery eyes. When they opened and closed, a fiery aura lingered, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Do you want to attack or not? The Hellion clan master looked at the old man who emerged from the magma and asked, Of course I want to kill him. Why not? The old man said. The promise he made was really like what he said. It had already become a sore point in his heart. He kept thinking about this matter, always thinking about when the Hellion family patriarch would come looking for him. This made it very difficult for him to enter a deep level of cultivation. Since it was a sore point, he had to resolve it. Otherwise, it would hinder his cultivation, which was not good. Therefore, no matter whose successor he was, he had to die. Very well, this is the information about Gu Fei. Understand it, and then make your move. With that, Patriarch Hellion threw a jade slip into Vulcan's hand. When the Hellion clan master found the seamless fire god, the 5,000 soldiers under Gu Fei's command had already taken over the celestial Venerable city. In less than 2 hours, they had conquered the celestial Venerable city. Even Gu Fei felt that it was a bit unbelievable. The soldiers of the Fire God Palace are just SOSO, said the second brother of the 12 bandits. The second brother of the 12 bandits, the white-faced gentleman, said he had long wanted to have a taste of the Fire God warrior. Today, he finally had the chance to teach these guys a lesson. After taking over the celestial Venerable city, Gu Fei repaired the city defense formation that had already been damaged. Then, he personally stayed in the city lord's mansion. He knew that his conquest of the celestial Venerable city had definitely alarmed all parties. There were definitely many people who were plotting against him. As expected, Before nightfall, the emissaries sent by the Central Province Immortal Mansion came to the City Lord. They wanted to make Gu Fei the new City Lord of the Celestial Venerable City in order to rope in Gu Fei. The Central Province Immortal Mansion couldn't care less about the Celestial Venerable City. It was even more impossible for them to send soldiers into the Celestial Venerable City. Therefore, the title of City Lord was just a legal title for Gu Fei. Master, those old guys from the Central Province Immortal Mansion are really scheming, Gu Zhong said in disdain. In the City Lord's mansion, Gu Zhong said disdainfully. Yes, Lord, we can't be fooled by them, Zhuge Liang said. Zhuge Liang also said. The Central Province Immortal Mansion's intentions were too obvious. They wanted to use an empty title to pull Gu Fei into their camp. If Gu Fei really stood on their side, then Gu Fei would be a sharp blade in their hands. He could intimidate everyone and make the people of the Ziyun clan hesitate in taking action. However, Gu Fei didn't want to be fooled. Don't worry about them. Gu Fei made this decision. The reason why he attacked the Celestial Venerable City was to warn the Ziyun clan that he wasn't so easy to bully. His people weren't people they could kill at will. Sure enough, Gu Fei's guess was right. In the next few days, many super forces extended an olive branch to him, wanting to rope him in. However, he didn't express any intention to ally with any of them. Brother Gu, how have you been? On this day, a woman wearing a golden mask entered the City Lord's mansion and greeted Gu Fei. Oh my, what brings the young lady of the Gold Clan here? Before Gu Fei could say anything, Gu Zhong had already called out. Naturally, I want to share the benefits with Brother Gu. As the Golden Goddess spoke, she sat down on a chair. Tell me the benefits, Gu Fei said. The Gold Clan wasn't ordinary. It was a clan founded by a supremacy. Back then, the Gold Supremacy used to rule the ancestral star of Buzhou. I wonder if Brother Gu is interested in the ancient road of the human race? The Golden Goddess asked. She was wearing a mask, so no one could see her expression. The ancient road of the human race. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Isn't the ancient road of the human race in the immortal palace of the Central Plains? At this moment, Zhuge Liang spoke. He was the leader of the 12 great bandits, as well as their strategist. He was a wise man. That's right. Could it be that your Gold Clan wants to take the ancient road of the human race? Gu Fei looked at the Golden Goddess and said seriously, Hee, Brother Gu, you think too highly of our clan. Our Gold Clan's strength is at most on par with the immortal palace of the Central Plains. We won't do something that would cause both sides to suffer. The Golden Goddess said, Do you think that we can defeat the immortal palace of the Central Plains if we join hands? Gu Fei was a little unhappy. This Golden Goddess was trying to trick him. The immortal palace of the Central Plains was a colossal force. No one dared to say that they could deal with them. Brother Gu, I'm not done yet. What I'm saying is that it's impossible for our two clans to join hands. However, what if several superpowers join hands? Would they be able to shake the immortal palace of the Central Plains? The Golden Goddess said. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Gu Zhong and Zhuge Liang, who were in the living room, widened their eyes. Could it be that the Golden Goddess really contacted several superpowers to attack the immortal palace of the Central Plains together? These people are finally going to attack the immortal palace of the Central Plains. Gu Fei thought that if several superpowers really joined hands, there was a high chance that they could destroy the immortal palace of the Central Plains. However, the price they would have to pay would be huge. The immortal palace of the Central Plains was a superpower. It would be very difficult to destroy such a superpower. No one knew what other trump cards the immortal palace of the Central Plains had. The immortal palace of the Central Plains definitely had more than one self-sealed sage. The old sect master of the Central Plains might be a sage who had sealed himself on the surface. Very well, I agree. Gu Fei pondered for a while and made up his mind. He had no scruples because he was just a passerby to the ancestral star of the Soaring Dragon ancestral star. He would return to the ancestral star sooner or later. Very well. Chapter 2074. The Golden Goddess left, leaving only Gu Fei, his disciple, and the middle-aged Taoist Zhuge Liang of the 12 bandits. Master, Why did we agree to join forces with the Huangjing clan? Gu Zhong didn't understand his master's intentions. Joining forces with the Huangjing clan to destroy the immortal mansion of the central prefecture? The implications of this matter were too great. If they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. One should know that the immortal mansion of the central prefecture wasn't a force to be trifled with. It wasn't a coincidence that this super force could rule over the central prefecture for so many years. Their foundation was truly profound. Although the central prefecture immortal manor had never produced a supreme being, there were many sages in the ancient era. Supreme beings were merely a deterrent force. In the ancient era, supreme beings rarely made a move. Some sovereigns didn't even roam the earth anymore. In the later period of the untainted land of the ancient era, only the powerful sages were able to move unhindered in the untainted land. The immortal mansion of the central prefecture had a long history. It was a force that no one dared to underestimate. Now, the Huangjing clan of the northern region wasn't willing to be left out. They actually wanted to join forces with other major forces to destroy the immortal mansion of the central prefecture. One had to admit that the Huangjing clan was really generous. If they succeeded, it would definitely shake the entire ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star. The cultivation forces of the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star would be reshuffled, and the structure of the cultivation world would change greatly. Most importantly, the immortal mansion of the central prefecture would become a thing of the past. The ancient road of the human race couldn't be controlled by a single superforce because it belonged to the entire cultivation world of the human race. It should be controlled by all the major forces. It doesn't matter to us whether we join forces with the Huangjing clan or not. We won't lose anything. Gu Fei said. Master, are you thinking of? Gu Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard this. You should know that we are just passers-by on the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star. The real place to become a sage is the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star, not here. Gu Fei uttered such words. It was an ancient legend that the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star could allow one to become a saint, and because of this, the ancestral star of the Buzhou ancestral star had an ancient path of the human race that led to the outer space. This reminded Gu Fei of the ancient road of Kunlun on Earth. Perhaps the end of that ancient road was not in Buzhou ancestral star, because there was also an ancient road of the human race on Buzhou ancestral star. The Central Plains Immortal Mansion had already made it clear that they wouldn't open the ancient road of humanity to the disciples of these powers. In other words, only the allies of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion could set foot on the ancient road of humanity. As a result, more than half of them were directly removed from the list. The Central Plains Immortal Mansion was very domineering, even though they knew they were at a disadvantage. After all, this action of the Central Plains Immortal Mansion had offended many people. No wonder someone wants to make a move on the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Gu Fei was in the Immortal Venerate City's City Lord's Mansion, receiving all sorts of news every day. He was paying attention to the latest movements of the major powers of Buzhou ancestral star. The Huangjing clan hadn't made any moves yet. The Buzhou demon tribe was also very well behaved, and the Guyao among the demons was very well behaved. Within the East's East Arrival Holy Realm, those eminent monks of virtue rarely appeared, and there were even fewer eminent monks of virtue who entered the borders of the central state. Everything was very peaceful, at least on the surface. It looked like it was peaceful. Master, are we going to the Central Plains Immortal Mansion now? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. Yes, we've occupied the Immortal Venerate City, driven Zi Yunlong away, and killed Supreme Flame. This is equivalent to doing the Central Plains Immortal Mansion a great favor. They should open the ancient road of humanity to us. Zhu Guliang, the wise one of the 12 great bandits, waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand. Humph, it's hard to say. Those people from the Central Plains Immortal Mansion aren't good people. Gu Zhong said disdainfully. There's no rush. Let's wait and see first. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, the ancient road of humanity was about to open, and the Huangjing clan should be making a move soon. He was waiting for the best opportunity. If the Huangjing clan and the other major powers could join forces and destroy the Central Plains Immortal Mansion, he would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Chapter 2075. Your Gu Fei. On a dark and windy night, a figure suddenly appeared in the immortal Reverent City's City Lord Mansion. It was an old man who looked like a raging fire. Who are you? Gu Fei sensed the extremely powerful energy of the fire element from this old man. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This old man was actually a powerful existence that surpassed the great perfection quasi-sage realm. A dying man doesn't need to know too much. The old man calmly looked at Gu Fei as he spoke. A chilling, killing intent spread from the old man's body. That's true. A dying man indeed doesn't need to know too much, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Although this old man was strong, Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. What surprised him was that he didn't seem to have offended such a character. The juniors these days really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. As the old man's eyes opened and closed, there was a glimmer of light in them. A faint flame appeared on the old man's body, and the surrounding temperature immediately rose. People nowadays seem to like to take advantage of their seniority. Gu Fei sat on the throne in the hall and looked at the old man coldly. You're courting death. Hearing this, the old man's beard couldn't help but tremble. Then, he waved his right hand at Gu Fei. A faint flame immediately flew out from his hand and burned towards Gu Fei. This was the power of the fire element, the earth core true fire of extreme yang. This type of true fire was incomparably domineering. As long as a trace of the earth core true fire touched a person's body, even an incomparably powerful cultivator would be instantly burned to ashes. Gu Fei couldn't even be bothered to move when he saw the translucent divine fire flying towards him. Then, when the true fire was only 1 meter away from Gu Fei, a loud bang could be heard. It was as if it had collided with a transparent wall. It suddenly exploded and dissipated into the void. When the old man saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he already knew everything about this youth, he didn't expect him to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. How could a great perfection quasi-sage be so strong? Could it be that there was something that the Hellion family head, Primal Chaos, had not told him clearly? The cultivation displayed by Gu Fei moved the old man. Something was not right. He had a vague feeling that he had missed something. Geocentric true fire. I didn't think that there would actually be people cultivating it, Gu Fei casually said. This old man cultivated the fire attribute power, the geocentric true flame. This old man was quite amazing. One must know that it was not difficult to cultivate this power. However, the difficulty lay in finding the geocentric lava. As long as he could find this kind of divine material, his cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. The old man was the fire god who had left the infernal purgatory and found his way to the immortal Reverent City. To be able to sneak into the immortal Venerable City at night, and then into the City Lord Mansion, this old man fire god's cultivation was extraordinary. Are you really Gu Fei? The old man was a little doubtful. One must know that he could sense a powerful aura from this young man. Even though this young man was a great perfection quasi-sage, fire god's intuition told him that this young man was definitely much stronger than an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage. I guarantee that I'm the real deal. You can die now. As he said that, Gu Fei stood up from his throne. At this moment, only Gu Fei and the old man fire god were left in the huge hall. Ha! When the fire god heard Gu Fei's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You want to kill me? You? The old man fire god looked as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that tears were rolling down his cheeks. When he, the fire god, roamed the ancient era, who knew where this young man was? This was especially the case for the fire god, who had cultivated in the infernal purgatory for countless years. He was very clear of his own strength. He could easily kill an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage with a single hand. Is it really that funny? You won't be able to laugh in a moment. As Gu Fei spoke, his body suddenly turned blurry. What? Seeing this, the fire god's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end. This was the body's most direct reaction to danger. Swoosh! The fire god retreated without hesitation. Boom! Just as he instantly retreated about 100 feet, a fist suddenly appeared at the place where he was originally standing. Then, The void where he was originally standing shattered without a sound. The fire god couldn't help but change his expression. Even though the other party's fist seemed to have only pierced through the void, the power of the great Tao within this fist made the fire god shudder. Just what is the background of this Gu Fei? The fire god was extremely shocked. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent that could threaten him. Even the powerful demons in the infernal purgatory couldn't make him feel such immense pressure. Just as the fire god was in shock, Gu Fei's figure appeared where he was standing before and then punched at him. The mighty power from the fist caused the void to tremble. So powerful. The inheritance of the martial ancestor is really terrifying. It was only then that the fire god realized that Gu Fei was really powerful. He was so powerful that the Hellion family head didn't hesitate to ask him for help. The invincible battle intent from the other party made his heart tremble. Fire engulfs 10,000 miles. The fire god shouted and then took a deep breath. His stomach immediately swelled up. Whoosh! The fire god opened his mouth and a monstrous divine fire rushed out from his mouth. In an instant, it enveloped the void in front of him. This was the geocentric true fire. Under the burning of this true fire, the void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. Within the true fire, one could vaguely see the Tao patterns formed by the power of fire. Another sage who sealed himself, Gu Fei saw that the other party was spitting out divine fire, but he didn't retract his fist. Instead, he continued to punch forward. The powerful force dispersed the burning divine fire. The power of the great Tao of fire within the divine fire made Gu Fei's body hot. The terrifying heat seemed to be evaporating all the water in his body. Wow, no wonder this old guy dared to kill me alone. I'm afraid this guy is not much weaker than the little old man from the Hellion family. Chapter 2076. Buzz. The void trembled, and a chaotic divine light surged from Gu Fei's body. There were 9 chaotic Tao patterns vaguely visible on the light, which blocked the divine fire from the earth core that was surging towards him from all directions. Fire God was shocked. He cursed the Hellion clan head in his mind. The descendant of the martial ancestors' bloodline actually comprehended 9 Tao patterns. It was such an important thing, but the Hellion clan head didn't tell him. Fire God was annoyed. It seemed like the Hellion clan head did it on purpose. Fire God regretted the promise he made to the Hellion clan head. Under the shroud of the primal chaos chi, Gu Fei looked like a primal chaos war god from ancient times as powerful energy ripples spread from his body. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly broke through the shackles of the earthly divine fire and rushed out. With another step, he was already out of the celestial Venerable city. Where do you think you're going? The god of fire let out a furious roar. He controlled the god of fire to chase after Gu Fei while emitting a terrifying divine might. At this time, everyone in Immortal Venerable City was alarmed. The 12 great bandits rushed out, Gu Zhong rushed out, even the old flood dragon jumped out. Enemy attack! Everyone saw a cloud of fire quickly rush out of the city, disappearing into the mountain ridges outside the city in the blink of an eye. They were all shocked to the extreme. The person in the fire clouds was extremely strong. To think that he could barge into the immortal reverent city without being discovered. One must know that the great city barrier formation of the immortal reverent city had already been repaired by Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Zhong was the first to soar into the sky and chase after the fiery cloud. He sensed the energy fluctuations of his master, Gu Fei. The 12 bandits glanced at each other, then rose into the air and rushed out of the celestial Venerable city. Only the old dragon didn't leave the celestial revered city because he knew that his power was limited and that it would be difficult for him to help Gu Fei unless his cultivation could go up a level and become a half-saint. Old Dragon chose to stay and guard the celestial Venerate city. At this time, the great city-protecting formation of the celestial Venerate city was already activated. A layer of transparent divine light that was like a wave of water enveloped the entire celestial Venerate city. A fluctuation that would make even a half-sage's heart palpitate spread out from the celestial Venerate city, shaking the surroundings. The immortal Venerable city, which had activated its defensive formation, was like a lurking ancient beast, entrenched on the ground, as if it could explode at any time and deal a fatal blow to those who dared to invade the immortal Venerable city. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Very quickly, an earth-shattering sound came from the mountain outside the celestial reverent city. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. In the darkness of the night, the fire in the mountain soared into the sky, illuminating a large area. The fire god finally made his move. In the ancestral court of the Hellion family, the patriarch of the Hellion family had already received the news. He had already sent people to keep an eye on Gu Fei. Once the fire god made his move, the Hellion family spies would send the news back to the ancestral court of the Hellion family through a Tao talisman. The fire god could easily kill a great completion quasi-saint in the ancient times. Today, he must be even more powerful and terrifying. In the ancestral court of the Hellion clan, the Hellion clan head was talking to himself. The fire god's cultivation and combat power were definitely not weaker than the old ancestor of the Hellion clan. Moreover, the Hellion clan had suffered a great loss. They only had one old ancestor left to guard the ancestral court. Now that the Central Plains was in flames again, the super forces of other regions seemed to have the intention to divide the Central Plains. This made the Hellion clan feel great pressure. The Hellion clan was no longer able to deal with Gu Fei. The Hellion clan head could only ask the fire god for help. Just when the fire god was about to attack Gu Fei, several figures broke into the immortal estate of the Central Plains. A great battle suddenly broke out. Boom! A dazzling divine light rushed out from the hands of a mysterious person and swept in all directions. The immortal estate of the Central Plains was instantly destroyed. Under the violent sweep of the divine light, a large number of pavilions were instantly turned into ashes. The disciples of the immortal estate of the Central Plains didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Roar! Ancestral sacrificial artifact, kill them all. An old voice sounded. The old residence master of the Central Plains rushed out. With a wave of his hand, 9 pillars of fire shot up to the sky. Bang! 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 9 pillars of fire surrounded by raging flames descended from the sky and landed around the immortal estate of the Central Plains, sealing the entire place. Waves of dragon roars came from the 9 pillars of fire. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura that seemed to come from the distant primordial times surged out from the depths of the immortal estate of the Central Plains. A tall figure, carrying a purple-gold divine mace, strode out. Indeed, the immortal estate of the Central Plains has more than one self-proclaimed saint. Someone shouted, "Buzz!" The air trembled and divine light filled the sky. Another mysterious figure sent out a wave of pure yang energy towards the old man who was walking out with the purple-gold divine mace. Humph! The old man stopped. He rolled his eyes and 2 beams of golden light immediately pierced through the darkness, shooting out from his eyes. The old man's white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. An extremely powerful aura emanated from his body. Boom! The old man held the purple gold truncheon and swung it forward. With a loud bang, the divine light that was piercing toward the old man was immediately shattered. It turned into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Eat my mace! The old man in white's body flashed with divine light. He swung the purple gold divine mace in his hand and smashed it towards the mysterious figure who had attacked him. Rumble! The powerful force shook the air. The power of the old man's mace caused the air in front of him to crumble and be destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! The mysterious figure quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Soil flew everywhere. The old man's mace smashed down, causing the earth to tremble. A bottomless pit that was over 10 miles long appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the white-robed old man's attack. "Let's go," someone shouted. After that, the mysterious figures who had attacked the immortal estate of the Central Plains quickly gathered together and activated the killing weapons in their hands. At this time, the old prefecture master of the Central Plains had already activated the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation. A shocking sacred aura began to gather. Boom! The mysterious figures gathered together and unleashed their strongest attack. A beam of destructive divine light rushed out and broke a hole in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation that had yet to fully activate. What? The old prefecture master of the Central Plains was shocked. These people clearly had divine weapons on them. Otherwise, how could they break the seal of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation? The mysterious figures then rushed out from the hole in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire formation and disappeared into the darkness outside the Central Plains' immortal estate. Chapter 2077. Roar. An angry roar was heard. It was the old prefecture lord. Someone actually dared to attack the middle prefecture immortal mansion. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years. This night was destined to not be peaceful. Countless cultivators in the vicinity of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion saw the 9 pillars of fire appearing in the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. The divine fire emitted from the 9 pillars of fire burned half of the sky red. The terrifying pressure of the saint level spread out, causing all living beings in the surrounding area to be terrified. That was the 9 dragons' heavenly fire array of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. This was a supreme treasure refined by a peak great saint. It was extraordinary and not something that ordinary saint-level weapons could compare to. The news of someone attacking the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion spread quickly. The entire cultivation world of the Middle Prefecture was in an uproar. What shocked everyone was that the old prefecture lord had already used the 9 dragons' heavenly fire array, but he still couldn't stop those mysterious people who attacked the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. Who dares to attack the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion? Some people guessed. However, even the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion didn't know who those mysterious people were, let alone outsiders who attacked the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. These people are really brave. Some people exclaimed in disbelief. One should know that the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion was the holy land in the eyes of countless cultivators of the Middle Prefecture. It ruled the Middle Prefecture for countless years. Ever since the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion was established, the Middle Prefecture had never had a change of master. Even the Hellion clan couldn't replace the supreme position of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. However, on such a dark and windy night, there were actually people attacking the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion. Those mysterious people were incomparably powerful. Once they attacked, they destroyed an area. Many people in the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion died. Even some famous figures had fallen. Outrageous. Are those people finally going to attack? Our Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion isn't that easy to bully. In the depths of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion, in the ancestral court of the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion, an old man with a tall stature was walking back and forth in a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was an old man in white with a purple gold mace in his arms. These people are not simple, the old man in white said. These people are very crafty. They actually used a secret technique to hide the special characteristics of their saint weapons, making it impossible for us to see through their origins. The Central Prefecture Old Manor Lord said hatefully. Although the battle that happened a few hours ago didn't last for long, the other party came prepared. The moment they attacked, the shockwaves almost reached the ancestral court in the depths of the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor. Countless disciples of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion had been killed, which almost drove the Central Prefecture Old Prefecture Master crazy. One must know that those disciples who were able to enter the Middle Prefecture Immortal Mansion were all extremely talented in the path of cultivation. To be killed just like that was truly a pity. The Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion was the #1 power in the Central Prefecture. Those who were suitable for cultivation in the entire Central Prefecture would go through many rounds of selection before entering the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion. In that battle, only the true disciples of the inner sect died. The outer sect disciples of the Central Province Immortal Mansion were unaffected. These despicable fellows must be from those families, said the white-robed old man. His eyes were extremely sharp and a faintly discernible murderous aura circled around his body. But we don't have any evidence. Although we know it's those people, it's not good for us to act against them. The Central Prefecture Old Manor Lord said helplessly. He didn't want to completely fall out with those families yet. One must know that the background of those families was not any weaker than the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion. You have too many scruples. They've already come to kill you, but you're still hesitating. The white-robed old man didn't agree. Since they had already become enemies, they should kill those who dared to go against them by hook or by crook. I know, but we're not ready yet. The Central Prefecture Old Manor Lord said helplessly. Hearing that, the white-robed old man couldn't help but frown. And at this time, in the celestial Venerable city, thousands of miles away from the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion, everyone was attracted by the strange phenomenon in the mountain. Countless cultivators rushed up to the sky and looked at the monstrous fire that was bursting out from the mountain. In the mountain, the divine fire was wreaking havoc. In the sea of fire, one could vaguely see a dragon and a phoenix. The terrifying pressure caused everyone's heart to palpitate. The fire god and Gu Fei fought in the mountain for several hours, destroying an entire region. Countless mountains were turned into ashes, no longer existing. The fire god's earth core divine fire was truly terrifying. As long as one came into contact with a wisp of fire chi, it could instantly burn a huge mountain into ashes. The earth core divine fire was incomparably tyrannical, burning everything it touched. This made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. He didn't use his extreme Tao Saint weapon, but fought the fire god with his own strength. 10 years of comprehension, to Gu Fei, could be said to be a transformation of his strength and state of mind. He was already within reach of that realm. However, he had scruples, which was why he didn't dare to consume the Tao fusion fruit and break through to that realm. He had the confidence to suppress the heavenly Tao and break through the shackles of this grand heaven and earth. However, he didn't have the confidence to go against that mysterious power. Back in the desolate small world, even such a powerful saint beast died when the seal on its body was completely undone. In this grand heaven and earth, there was a mysterious power above the great Tao of the heaven and earth. Once a saint appeared, this mysterious and terrifying power would descend. In the face of this grand heaven and earth, a powerful saint couldn't resist at all. Becoming a saint at this time was simply suicide. Gu Fei wasn't that foolish. Who would be willing to become a saint when he knew that he would die? Although Gu Fei didn't intend to break through to that realm, his cultivation and battle prowess had already surpassed the scope of a great completion quasi-saint. Kill! Gu Fei roared. This old man was a decent opponent. He could use all his strength as he pleased. Powerful energy constantly erupted from his body, shaking the heaven and earth. Boom! He punched out. Under this punch, the god fire that enveloped 1,000 miles started to tremble. A large amount of god fire dissipated under the force of his punch. Damned hellion old devil. How is this Gu Fei a great completion quasi-saint? He's clearly a powerful existence comparable to a self-proclaimed saint. The fire god knew that he had been tricked by this hellion old devil. If he could return alive, he would definitely teach this hellion old devil a lesson. This hellion old devil was truly despicable to the extreme. Earth dragon soars. The fire god displayed his great technique. Boundless earth core divine fire gathered rapidly. 9 true dragons wrapped in raging flames appeared in the void. Go! Chapter 2078. The god of fire cast a great technique and condensed 9 phantoms of the earth fire true dragon. The 9 phantoms of the earth fire true dragon rushed towards Gu Fei. The powerful force caused the void to shatter. Good timing, Gu Fei shouted. He waved both his fists and instantly struck out the 9 springs. On his fists, primal chaos Tao patterns appeared indistinctly as he activated the power of the 9 Tao patterns. The 9 dragons and Gu Fei's fists collided in an instant, causing 9 consecutive explosions. Countless Tao patterns collapsed, and the 9 dragons were dispersed by Gu Fei's fists. The power of the great Tao that the fire deity had condensed collapsed. This power of the great Tao spread out and formed a destructive storm that swept down from the sky. Vast tracts of mountains were turned into ashes amidst the fiery light, and the ground was sinking. Dark spatial cracks extended for tens of thousands of miles. Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked to the extreme. This was a battle between the powers of the Great Path. The fire god was likely to be a self-proclaimed saint. His battle prowess was definitely not weaker than that of the old man from the Hellion clan. If it was 10 years ago, Gu Fei might not even have the strength to fight back if he encountered this fire deity. However, it was different after 10 years. One had to know that Gu Fei had also touched that level of power. His combat strength had already surpassed the scope of Great Completion Quasi-Sage. Even without using the extreme Dao Divine weapon, he could still fight against those self-proclaimed sages. Swish. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of miles away by the 9 dragons. On his fists, fire chi rose. The flesh on his fists cracked as if they were going to shatter at any moment. What a powerful earth fire! The primal chaos true force circulated. Traces of fire chi immediately emerged from Gu Fei's fists and were forced out by his powerful martial Dao true force. The cracks on his fists healed rapidly. In just a moment, they were completely healed. Seeing that Gu Fei could easily block his 9 dragons' great technique, the fire deity couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was not a Great Completion Quasi-Sage. Earth fire ablaze. The fire god's hands sucked downwards, causing the earth to tremble. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and sparks appeared from within the cracks. Then, an endless amount of earth fire shot up into the sky, turning into pillars of fire that converged towards the fire god's hands. Draw the earth fire. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this scene. This fire god's divine ability was truly powerful. It was actually able to draw the earth flame for its own use. In this case, the fire god's power would definitely soar. Rumble. An inexhaustible amount of earth fire soared into the sky and entered the fire god's hands. Immediately after, the fire god's body emitted a wave so powerful that it caused the heavens and earth to change color. Boom! A fire dragon soared into the sky from the fire god's body. The roar of the dragon shook the heavens as a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. At this moment, the fire god seemed to have transformed into an ancient fire dragon as a boundless holy might erupted from his body. Gu Fei did not make a move. Although he was shocked, he wanted to see how strong this fire god was. Roar. The fire god roared into the sky, and an endless amount of earth fire entered his body in an instant. A huge fire dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared above the fire god's head, and an ancient aura that seemed to have come from ancient times spread out from the fire god's head. What is this? In the sky, Gu Zhong and the rest couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Could it be that this old man was actually the incarnation of a fire dragon? Otherwise, how could he have such power? This isn't a real fire dragon. It's the power of a true dragon that was nurtured by the earth core divine flame for countless years. Zhuge Liang of the 12 Great Bandits spoke. His expression was incomparably solemn. He was the wisest among the 12 Great Bandits and had seen many things. Although the huge dragon in the sky looked like a real dragon and was extremely lifelike, it wasn't a real dragon. Roar. The fire dragon condensed from the power of a true dragon roared. The entire heaven and earth were illuminated by the divine flames emitting from the fire dragon. Under the night sky, a fire dragon appeared in the sky. This was definitely a wondrous scene that startled all the cultivators in the vicinity of immortal Venerable city. A true dragon is born. Someone exclaimed, "That's not a true dragon. Someone is challenging Gu Fei." Someone saw through the truth. In the sky, there were 2 heaven-shaking powers facing each other. Existences of this level were already experts standing at the peak of this world. Will his lordship win? Someone from the 12 Great Bandits said this. Third bro, I don't want to hear such words a second time. Do you understand? The middle-aged Taoist, Zhuge Liang, stared at the towering man. Under Zhuge Liang's gaze, the man couldn't help but lower his head. We shouldn't doubt his lordship's ability, understand? Zhuge Liang glanced at the bandits behind him with a cold gaze. Yes, boss. The other bandits hurriedly nodded. Gu Zhong looked at everything coldly and didn't say anything. At this time, in the sky, Gu Fei and the fire god's aura had already reached their peak. Drawing the earth true fire into his body, the fire god was like an ancient fire god that had descended. You shouldn't have let me gather power. The fire god's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He had come here to kill Gu Fei and solve this problem of his. Back then, the fire god had made a promise to the Hellion family head. This promise had become a sore point for him. Do you think you can defeat me after drawing the earth true fire and condensing a great earth fire dragon essence? A disdainful look appeared on Gu Fei's face. You deserve to die. The look on Gu Fei's face made the fire god very unhappy. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this because he had already killed those who despised him. Rumble. The fire god waved his hand, and the dragon above his head immediately roared at the sky. It rushed down from the sky and pounced at Gu Fei. The void was annihilated, and the powerful true dragon's aura was vast and mighty. This attack was definitely comparable to a direct attack by a sage. It was extremely terrifying. Die! The fire god roared, and the earth true fire turned into ancient Tao patterns, pressing towards Gu Fei. This was the power of the Great Path. The power of the true dragon and the Great Path appeared at the same time. What a guy! Seeing the fire god's trump card, Gu Fei couldn't stay calm. This fire god could actually draw the power of the true dragon and use the power of the Great Path at the same time. These two powers complemented each other and were much more powerful than a single power. Kill! Gu Fei's body shook, and his aura immediately changed. Chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body. He waved his fist and punched the true dragon. Boom! Chapter 2079. Gu Fei and the God of Fire were both fighting with all their might. Two unimaginably powerful forces were clashing against each other. The result of these two forces was that the sky and the earth were shattered. Rumble. The sky was being destroyed, and a black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, the air of chaos was surging. Kill! Kill! Gu Fei and the God of Fire roared at the same time. The two super cultivators fought together. The fire dragon collapsed, and cracks appeared on Gu Fei's fists. They charged straight into the chaos. Kid, I can kill you as easily as stepping on an ant. The old voice of the God of Fire sounded in the chaos. Even the chaos could not block his voice. Such a level of cultivation was truly terrifying. Is that so? Then come at me. I'll let you kill me. Gu Fei was unstoppable. His fists kept bursting with the aura of chaos. Patterns of chaos appeared on his fists. No matter how many cracks appeared on his fists, they would heal in an instant. Arg, I'm so angry. The divinity of the God of Fire was like a raging fire. He cultivated the Fire Way method. Gu Fei's disregard of him made him angry. His fiery red hair stood up. This was an existence that seemed to be made of the essence of the earth core fire. Every inch of his skin had patterns formed by the essence of fire. Boom! Large swathes of divine fire even ignited the air of chaos. It was terrifying to the extreme. The power of the true fire of the earth core was completely unleashed, shaking the void of chaos. Old man, you're not the only one who will go crazy. Watch how I trample you under my feet. Gu Fei used the desolate steps. With every step, patterns of destruction appeared under his feet. The powerful power of the Great Path broke through the chaos, and large swathes of the divine fire of the earth core were annihilated under his feet. The God of Fire kept waving his hands. Dragon-shaped divine fires rushed out of his hands. Inside each dragon-shaped divine fire, there were patterns of the Great Path faintly visible. This was the power of the Earthen Fire True Dragon. This power had perfectly fused with the Fire God's Great Path power, causing the Fire God's combat strength to multiply. One had to admit that this Fire God's understanding of the Tao was truly profound. Without a doubt, this was definitely a self-proclaimed saint, extremely powerful and terrifying. Inside Gu Fei's body, the chaos chi was circulating at high speed. He was like a chaos god from ancient times. Every time he punched out, a fire dragon would be destroyed. This is practically a humanoid heavenly beast. Flame God was incomparably shocked. His opponent's understanding of the Tao was extraordinary. At the very least, he was qualified to attack that realm. However, no one in this world could become a saint. Only by truly jumping out of the three realms and not within the five elements, truly transcending and entering that legendary place, could one truly become a saint. This was a great secret of the world. Many self-proclaimed sages knew about it. However, these self-proclaimed sages were unwilling to leave. That was why they sealed themselves. Gu Fei's strength had far surpassed the fire god's expectations. However, he didn't dare to undo the seal on his body. Once he did, he would be the one to die. The fire god felt incomparably sullen. If he could undo the seal on his body, killing this brat would be as easy as flipping his palm. He could crush this fellow with a single finger. However, he didn't dare to do so. If you don't undo the seal, only death awaits you. Gu Fei used his killer move, directly breaking through the earthen fire god's body and arriving in front of him. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a powerful punch. His entire body's power instantly condensed on his right fist, and then he punched out in a simple and direct manner. This was one of the most common martial techniques, called Black Tiger Steals the Heart. Anyone who practiced martial arts would know this move. However, this simple and direct move was different in the hands of Gu Fei. An invincible fist intent erupted from Gu Fei's fist. What? The fire god was taken aback. At the moment when Gu Fei threw out this punch, he felt that it was absolutely impossible for him to avoid this punch. Let's fight. Gu Fei's punch made the fire god feel that it was difficult to avoid. This made him have no choice but to face Gu Fei head-on. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well go all out. The fire god had lived for countless years. His combat experience was incomparably rich. In an instant, the fire god's entire body's power also condensed on his arm. His entire arm seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. Red dragon scales appeared on his arm. His fist turned into a dragon's head, meeting Gu Fei's punch head-on. Boom! Two fists collided in an instant. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force coming from his opponent's fist. Following that, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, and his entire body was sent flying. How is this possible? At the same time, the fire god also felt a sharp pain in his hand. His entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away. He looked down and saw that 3 of his finger bones had been shattered. This Gu Fei was actually able to injure his divine physique with his bare hands. This was something that the fire god could not believe. This result was difficult for him to accept. It should be known that no one knew better than the fire god how powerful the divine physique was. The divine physique was known to be immortal. It was not something that someone who had not truly become a saint could injure. But the truth spoke louder than words. His right hand was really injured. The divine physique is really that powerful. Above the chaos, Gu Fei steadied his body. He clenched his right fist tightly, and drops of blood seeped out from between his fingers and then dripped down. This was an injury of the great path. Even Gu Fei would find it difficult to heal in a short period of time. It was difficult for him to stop the loss of his own blood essence. As soon as Gu Fei thought about it, the levitation secret technique immediately activated on his body. The power of the great path that had invaded his fist was immediately dissolved, and the open wound quickly healed. Again, a crazed look appeared in Gu Fei's eyes. It was rare for him to meet such an opponent. He wanted to test how strong his combat ability had become. After 10 years of meditation, Gu Fei's cultivation and realm had already surpassed that of an advanced sage to be. However, this was a good time to test how strong he was. You have not become a saint yet. How is this possible? The fire god was extremely shocked and his voice trembled. He could not understand. Could the descendants of the martial ancestors' bloodline really be so abnormal? Could the martial body that they cultivated really be so strong? It seemed that this was the only explanation. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He moved quickly in the chaos and once again appeared in front of the fire god. He used the Black Tiger Steals the Heart again. Boom! 2 extremely strong fists collided again. The sound of bones breaking was heard again. Gu Fei and the fire god were once again sent flying by their opponent's power. There were 9 markings on Gu Fei's arm bones. His martial body was transforming into a saint body. Of course, the speed of this transformation was extremely slow. Only when Gu Fei truly became a saint body could his martial body completely transform into an immortal saint body. Very good. It seems that I have to use that method to kill you. The divine fire in the fire god's eyes flickered. Then, there was a sudden explosion from within his body. His body was undergoing a shocking change. He grew to a height of 3 meters and red scales appeared on his skin. Soon, the red scales even covered his face. His entire person seemed to have turned into a red tyrannosaurus. A terrifying true dragon power was awakened within the fire god's body. Io, you're still trying to transform in front of me. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw that the fire god still had this trick up his sleeves. Although the saint body was powerful, it had its limits. This was because the fire god did not cultivate the supreme technique of becoming a saint body. However, as long as one broke through to the saint realm, regardless of what technique he cultivated, his body would undergo a transformation and become incomparably powerful. However, there was still a huge gap between this and the descendants of the martial ancestor. If the descendants of the martial ancestor became a saint, they would have the indestructible martial body. The power of a martial artist originated from the martial body. The strength of the martial body was something that other cultivators could not comprehend. Just like the current Gu Fei, when his cultivation and realm had surpassed the great completion quasi-saint realm, he could go head-on against a saint body. If it was anyone else, they would have died in the hands of the fire god. You should be proud that you forced me to use the fire dragon true body. The fire god's words were extremely cold. At this moment, this was the strongest power he could muster. If he still couldn't kill Gu Fei with this, he could only run for his life. TSK, you seem to be overestimating yourself. Today, I'll show you what true power is. As he spoke, the aura on Gu Fei's body began to change. A pressure that made the fire god's heart palpitate erupted from his body. The terrifying power caused the chaotic void around him to be annihilated. The fire god could sense that Gu Fei's power was increasing rapidly. *T, the fire god's expression changed. His opponent was using a secret technique to increase his combat strength. Kill. The fire god could no longer sit still. He wasn't Gu Fei who could allow his opponent to increase his strength. He wanted to attack while Gu Fei's strength was still increasing. Swoosh. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, a red dragon claw was already grabbing at Gu Fei's head. A powerful force spread out from the dragon claw, locking up the entire chaotic void. Humph, Gu Fei snorted coldly. It was hard to seal him with such a power. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he dashed forward. What? The fire god was shocked. His opponent's speed was extremely fast. Bam! Gu Fei's body collided heavily with the fire god's body. The fire god felt as though he had been hit by an ancient sacred mountain. Even though the fire dragon true body was strong, he could still hear the sound of bones breaking from within his body. Pfft!